Well, good afternoon, everybody. This is WCI3's forecaster, Seth Bohnhoff, and we've been really getting to know each other pretty well here the last 24 hours with all these storms starting to pop up. We do have one active severe thunderstorm warning right now, and it's a pretty good-looking storm here. Just south of Springfield, passed over the Chatham area here recently, now on its way there towards Beamington, Pawnee, looking in there. We've got some indications of tennis ball size hail with this storm. So this is a pretty damaging storm there. You're getting tennis ball size hail. That's going to really start punching some holes in the yard and such. That's about 2.5 inch size hail. So this is obviously nothing to mess around with. You see those indications of pink in there within this storm. That is exactly where you're starting to see some of those hailstones. And I want to real briefly here, don't want to take away from the radar for too long, but I'm going to take this image full screen here. This is the look in Springfield looking to the south here. So this is viewing the storm there from the northern side. Earlier, I mean, we've just got a beautiful looking view of the storm. You can see the anvil cloud up above there as this thing just kind of rolls on past south of Springfield there. And just look how dark it is. I mean, this thing's got some heavy rain associated there with it. This is about as good of a view as you can catch here on these sky cams with some of these storms. So that is the one we're watching here right now. And this environment that these storms are in, and you're going to see potentially hail this large here. We're talking about 2 inches and larger there in diameter. So it's kind of what we're dealing with here at the moment. So we're going to watch this one. This is the only one we have here at the moment, but it's a big one. It's a pretty hefty one. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll actually go down here right now and take a look at how fast this is moving and kind of take a look at the towns that could be in the path of this here soon. It's not going that fast there, 25 miles an hour there with almost a complete eastward movement, but that's not necessarily a good thing. 25 miles an hour, I mean, that's a slow moving storm. That's a long time to sit there underneath a bunch of heavy rain and hail that large as well. So if you are in this area, definitely be seeking shelter right now. You do not want to be anywhere near your windows or anywhere outside at all there with hail that big coming down. So we're going to grab our little squall here. We're going to punch in 25 miles an hour. We're going to see some of the places there in the path of this storm. Just going to grab it here from some of our highest reflectivity areas and just kind of drag it on out here for the next 45 minutes or so. So we'll move this around here, kind of get it out of the way of the storm there. So we're looking at Ball, Pawnee, New City, Cascade, got Bullpit in there, Kincaid as well, Sharpsburg. So if your town is listed there on that little chart there, you've got about till whatever time it says on there before that storm starts to get into the area. And I've got Jacob relaying to me, we've actually got tornado sirens going on in Springfield right now due to hail over golf ball size. So again, we're not seeing any kind of indications right now of a tornado spotted or anything like that, but the sirens are going off there to indicate some pretty large and damaging hail here into the area. So definitely a situation to take pretty seriously here at the moment. As this storm is, it's looking like it's kind of beefing up here still, even as it just formed within the last 15 or 20 minutes or so. So we're going to keep an eye on things here, and we're of course watching the comments here. Seen anybody there in Springfield? Do have Caitlin saying tornado sirens have been going on in downtown Springfield. Someone says on the east side of Springfield just started going on here. Yep. So we're just south of the capital there of Springfield. Maybe some on the south side, getting a little bit of that heavy rain in there. But this is a Chatham problem right now. A Glenarm down this direction. I mean, wherever you see these pink indications, that's where you're starting to get those really big hailstones there. Again, about tennis ball size, even larger, and it's been enough to prompt tornado sirens down there in southern Sangamon County. So definitely something to watch here, and we'll see how this storm evolves here. Definitely capable of a little more action here as we move into the afternoon hours, and kind of keeping an eye on it here. Potential at some point for this thing to just continue to strengthen. Right now, hail is the biggest concern, but we really keep an eye on this thing because it's gotten nothing but stronger here in just the last 5 minutes alone, taking a look at it here. So we are looking through our comments here. Kelsey says sirens stopped by downtown Springfield, as it's kind of keeping pretty well south there of Springfield itself. So I think those of you in in Springfield downtown, looking like you're going to be fine here. It's really southern Sangamon County down this direction. Right along I-55 right now. I mean, not a good look being there on the interstate here at the moment. It's that hail core is really just about to pass over there. So hopefully anyone there on the interstate, or if you know anybody traveling there, just make sure they know about this, because it's mere seconds to minutes away from really causing some mayhem there on the interstate. So we're watching. We've got Sarah saying there's hail in Chatham right now. If you guys see some of that hail, stay safe there. Do not go out there in it for any reason. Just stay safe. But if you're seeing stuff from a safe distance, kind of let us know what you're seeing, so that way we can accurately relay what's going on here. But no, I mean, this is a pretty impressive looking storm, and eventually this is going to pass on over there into Christian County before too long. So that's kind of the next step here with this storm. So we got Jessica saying South 8th and South Grand, sirens going off, no hail, just sprinkling here at the moment. So yeah, Springfield itself, it's missing town there, maybe catching kind of the southern suburbs of it a little bit. But we're really getting hammered in the southeastern corner of Sangamon County here. Got Megan asking if it's expected to pass over Springfield. It looks like this one's staying south of the downtown area there. Looking like much of Springfield itself is actually going to just be able to watch this one as it passes on by. But out here to the east, I mean, over here in Christian County, got to start getting prepared for this. If you are over there, a place like Edinburgh, Kincaid, anywhere out there that direction, definitely be ready. This is a pretty impressive looking storm. We want to make sure that you are ahead of the game and not behind anything here. We're going to keep scrolling through, see if we've got any kind of extra reports here to relay at the moment. National Weather Service chat saying outdoor warning sirens due to large hail. Yep, we've got that coming on in. So we've actually got one of our National Weather Service, one of the employees there, saying that they're seeing a left flank velocity increase, which research has shown is a precursor to enhanced rotational development. And you can kind of see just the back end of this thing here. It's starting to get that, almost that classic shape here. We're going to watch this for just a moment. I'm going to make sure that my production back there is ready to go in case we need to take this on air. So I'm going to run and take care of that here in just a moment. This will take just a second here. So just hang tight for just a moment. We'll make sure we are ready to go here just in case, and we'll just watch things here for just a moment. Okay, so we're in good shape there. If this does start to head that direction, we will be hopping on air and watching that. I'm going to turn on velocity here real quick, let you guys take a look at kind of what we're seeing. Again, starting to see just a little bit of that rotation there, perhaps. Kind of the greens versus the reds there, right next to each other. So that is what we're tracking, and this is a pretty impressive storm. I'm going to actually move my Springfield camera around just a little bit. Maybe we can get a view of what's going on there. That's our best eye in the sky here at the moment. Those of you on the ground, of course, can see this going on, but the perks of having this sky cam right there at a perfect vantage point of the storm could really help us out here. So we're going to flip on that camera for just a moment. We'll get that up on screen. And again, this thing is just something to behold here from this camera. It's impressive looking. And satellite imagery, it's just got this crazy looking anvil cloud here with it. Just kind of a classic looking storm here at the moment. But we're watching kind of just the hail threat here at the moment, but obviously some strong gusts around 60 miles an hour here at the moment. And maybe even starting to see a little bit of signs of the storm continuing to strengthen. But yeah, this is definitely something that we're watching here. The chance of a tornado, we're just kind of sitting back and almost looking like that's eventually going to be something we could be talking about, but definitely don't want to ring the alarm bells just yet. But it's certainly looking like it's maybe heading that direction here before too long. So if you are in the path of this storm, if you are in that warning box right now, definitely be taking cover, be seeking shelter. This is a pretty dangerous looking storm, regardless of whether or not it turns tornadic here. You see that really, really dark purple there in the middle. That's a pretty large hail. Like we said, tennis ball size hail, radar indicated with this. Golf ball size hail reported as well. So this is a potentially damaging storm here. So we want to make sure that you guys are aware of this, especially here on the southwestern side of it. I mean, just looking at this shape kind of take place, I mean, it's a little concerning. We are watching closely this exact area here, and there it goes. Yep, tornado warning. I'm going to go get production ready here, and we're going to hop on CBS here, and we're going to watch this thing. All right, folks, I'm getting on my earpiece here so that I can hear production. We're going to hop on air here on CBS as soon as we can. We've got production calling in right now. Kind of frantically getting stuff on here. Want to make sure we're following this thing and not wasting any time getting our equipment on here. So I'm doing my best to hustle here with that. And we will we'll track this thing. We've got a tornado warned storm now, as of just a few minutes ago, here in Sangamon County, on its way to Christian County. We've got our stuff all put together here. I'm going to make sure that I've got my switcher good to go. Don't know if you can hear me back there in production, Matthew, but if you could, just let me know so that way I can, you can hear me. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we are now watching a tornado warned storm here for southeastern Sangamon County. And got to get my stuff put together here at the moment. And we're watching this. So we're going to turn on our velocity here. And there's where that couplet is, just south of Auburn right now. So a place like Auburn, Divernon, definitely want to be seeking shelter right now. Thayer. Both should be fine. We can do both. So we're watching exactly where this is at right now, starting to see those signs of rotation. Again, we're looking at your comments as well. If you guys can see anything, let us know. But please, please, please play this one safely. Do not be going out there and looking at stuff. Get to your safe spot here if you are. Get to your safe spot here if you are in the path of this thing. If you are in this polygon here at the moment. We've got radar indicated rotation. That is where this is, so nothing spotted here at the moment, but we're watching it. You can obviously see some of that rotation on there as the storm really starts to fire up. This thing has just exploded here in the last 25 or 30 minutes. We're going to flip it back on our radar here. 2-inch hail, tennis ball size there. Radar indicated rotation, tornado warning. Now moving its way up along eastern Sangamon County, soon to be knocking on the door there of Christian County as well. There's your little warning box. We're going to drag this thing out again here, just get some of those towns in the path of this thing. Just want you guys to be aware of where this is heading here at the moment. Welcome in, everybody. We've got a severe weather live cut in here. We've got a tornado warned storm in Sangamon County on its way right now towards Christian County. This thing has really exploded here in the last 15 or 20 minutes. And it's got some radar indicated rotation, nothing confirmed on the ground yet, but we are watching closely here. Tennis ball sized hail. If you are in the path of this thing, we're going to drag out our little box here and see what towns are in the path, because you want to be seeking shelter here right away as this storm is advancing there to the east at 15 miles an hour. Very slow moving storm here. So we're going to grab right. We're going to get our squall line here adjusted to that. We're going to grab that. We're going to tail this thing out here. See where this is heading over the course of the next hour. And those cities there on your screen, if you are in Divernon, Pawnee, or Tovey there, you are going to want to be in your safe spot here right now. This storm trailing out there to the east, kind of scraping the southern end of Sangamon County there, on its way again towards Christian County. We've got our sky cam up as well, getting a pretty nice view of this storm from Springfield, looking from the north. So we're going to pop that up here, see if we can. Actually, we're going to keep that away. Obviously, it's going to be blocked by all that rain. Just the rain there on the north side of that, plenty of that, so we're not going to be able to really see anything through there. And again, if you guys are seeing anything, I've got my live stream up here as well, so kind of getting some feedback from there. But here's where we're watching right now. The southern end of this around the Auburn area on its way to Divernon. If you are in this area here, be seeking shelter right away. Even if we do not have anything confirmed on the ground yet, this storm has been rapidly strengthening. We want you to be ahead of it here right now. And again, 2-inch size hail has been reported. So this is what we're watching. This is the one storm here in the area. So anywhere else at the moment, we're not too worried about anything. We don't have anything else popping up here in the area. And this certainly has our attention here. We're going to look at that velocity image here again. Again, kind of seeing some indications of rotation right around just southern Auburn there, kind of on its way towards Divernon as well. Kind of see that red against the green. So that's what we're watching here. And we're monitoring closely here on our National Weather Service chat as they try to feed us information from the spotters that they have, as well as what they're seeing there with their radar. But tornado warned storm capable of producing tornadoes. It's got that rotation on it here right now. So we are watching closely. And of course, even without any tornado on the ground here, you're dealing with tennis ball size hail that can obviously cause all kinds of damage there. So definitely want to be inside with this. Make sure your pets are inside as well and taking care of things quickly here, because this thing's moving at 15 miles an hour, but you want to be in your safe spot here right now. You don't want to be wasting any sort of time with that in the event that this does eventually spin up a tornado here before too long. Of course, remember your rules. Get inside, get down, and cover up there. Those are the steps to follow. Get to the lowest part of your house if you can. If you have a basement, that is the place to go. Storm cellar, that's the place to go. But if you don't have any of those, interior part of your house there, even if it's laying down there in the bathtub as well, just any place in the interior of your house to just seek shelter from this thing. So we're watching it. You can really see right in there. That's the rotation that we're watching here, just south of Auburn there. You can see the pink. That's that large hail there on the north end of that. So we're really focusing in right here, right where you kind of see that comma shape there, that little hook echo. That is what we are watching for our chance for that, that possible rotation here. We do have confirmed reports of 2-inch diameter hail as well. So plenty of big hail here. That was reported in Auburn, and you can definitely see those pink shades there. Definitely starting to feel some of those ice pellets dropping in there right now. We're going to, I'm going to take this full screen here for just a moment. If we can back in production, can we take max 2 full here? Just kind of, there we go, perfect. So we're watching it from here. And again, we'll kind of zoom in, grab some of the towns there in the area. It doesn't look like there's anything until Divernon, but Auburn, Compro right now, right there along Divernon Road, that is where this is heading. And of course, I-55, that is in the path of this here soon too. So if you know anybody that's doing any kind of traveling here today, and you know they're kind of out in that direction here right now, it's time to let them know what's coming. And of course, this is almost the same place there where we had that dust storm the other day. So just a dangerous little spot here right now. And that's kind of where it looks like this, this rotation is heading. I'm going to flip on our velocity here again and keep track. So we're watching. Again, you can kind of see a little bit of that indication of rotation there. It looked a little better at one point. That's not to say that this is weakening by any means here, but it is, it's definitely looking pretty good here at the moment. So we're just kind of sitting back and watching here. Our sky cam that can see this is kind of blocked out by all that rain. So that is not really providing us much of a view there as far as where we could see that rotation, but seeing all kinds of dark towering clouds up there to the from the north there, looking down to the south out this direction. Gonna flip things back over here to our radar look. And again, if you're just now hopping in here, tornado warned storm heading here into eastern Sangamon County, eventually knocking on the door there to Christian County, but right now that indication of rotation just south of Auburn there. Kind of see just that little green circle in there just north of Thayer. And we're just kind of sitting back here watching. It's a rotating storm here, but we don't have any sort of confirmation, any kind of spotting of the storm here at the moment, spotting of the tornado, I should say. But north of that, getting hit by potentially 2+ inch diameter hail. So this is what we're seeing here, 2-inch hail, rotation here on the southern end of the storm. Eastern Sangamon County getting hit with all kinds of rain here. This is a pretty big looking storm. So obviously feeling some of that heavy rain there along I-55 there at the moment. Some large chunks of hail potentially north of Divernon here momentarily. And that rotation kind of passing to the south of Auburn here at the moment. This is that area we're watching here, just kind of that little comma shape, the appendage there on the back end of this storm. And we're just kind of sitting back here and seeing as this thing progresses. And this storm, like we said, really just kind of fired up here in the last half hour or so. It had a pretty impressive looking structure to it as it came in there on the Springfield camera. So right now, all we have is indications of rotation on radar. We do not have any kind of confirmed tornado or funnel cloud or anything of that sort here. So just want to make sure that everyone knows that. And it's kind of, it almost looks like it's kind of losing that classic structure here a little bit. So hopefully we're leaning towards this thing kind of no longer showing that same rotation it did earlier, but of course not giving up on it here yet, watching things here cautiously. And we're going to take a look here at our velocity in just a moment. Follow that. Definitely still seeing that couplet on there, though. We'll flip that over here. And again, you can kind of see, again, that rotation right around Thayer here at the moment. Anywhere to the east, again, Divernon, definitely want to be in your safe spot right now. Anyone along I-55, again, if you know anybody traveling out that direction here at the moment, tell them to get out. Tell them to make sure to know what's coming out there just directly to the west. I mean, this is a impressive looking storm on its way, so just want people to be aware that are on the way there towards I-55. This rotation is kind of heading that direction. So we've got a new warning now. This is expanded now south. So we got 2 potential areas of rotation. Now this one affecting Macoupin, the very northeast corner of Macoupin County, and now into Montgomery County as well. So 2 different possible rotation tags here. So we now have 2 tornado warned storms, both for potential rotation here. Capable of producing a tornado, severe thunderstorm warning, capable of producing a tornado, ping pong ball size hail there with that one. Now looking like it's moving over to the Farmersville area. We're going to turn back on our radar image here. And this storm just kind of evolving here. Let's get rid of that stuff. This storm just kind of evolving. I mean, it's all of a sudden got this little appendage down here on the eastern side of it as well. So just multiple things going on. Lots of interaction here with this storm. 2 tornado warnings there. We're going to take a quick zoom in here and see some places in the path of this. Looking like Farmersville now, right underneath that little extra cell that's popped off there. Looking at a very slow movement of the storm here. National Weather Service employee says 4-inch rainfall rates here at the moment as this storm moves very slowly. So flash flooding also a concern here with this, as is the possible tornado on both parts of this storm. So again, 2 active tornado warnings, 1 marching through Sangamon County right now, southeastern Sangamon County, and 1 on its way effectively here into Montgomery County at the moment. So again, a place like Farmersville currently feeling that second storm there. King, Morrisonville, keep an eye on things there just off to your west. Be getting to your safe spot here right now and be prepared as that storm starts to move on in. And of course, up here, again, said it a couple times, Divernon area. definitely want to be in your shelter right now as that rotation kind of starts to slowly sneak that direction and starts to pass over the I-55 region there. So definitely hoping people are staying safe out there at the moment. Anybody out there on the roads? So that's the scene right now. This storm, I mean, it is very impressive looking. And again, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado still over Divernon, near Verdon right now, moving slowly east at 15 miles an hour. So we're kind of watching both of these from up top here. We're going to toss on our velocity images here again. And you can kind of see in there, just right there north of Thayer and just right east of Verdon, just two kind of possible looking signatures of rotation there. It is kind of a messy looking image there, but that's where we're seeing a little bit of that rotation. And that's what we want to make sure that we are watching for here. Also going to make sure we're looking at our comments on the live stream as well. Okay, not getting too much more going on up there in those comments, but just kind of cautiously watching things. Again, nothing confirmed yet. We've got rotation. We want to make sure that we're watching this thing as it moves on through, so that way we are not we're not giving up on this at all. Again, two parts of the storm capable of looks like they both got some rotation, and just want to keep an eye on it because they do have that tornado possible tag. We do not want to let this thing move on by here without letting everybody in the path of this thing know. So radar getting some updates here. You see all kinds of pink tossed there into that cell. That's some of that really big hail. Again, 2+ inch size as that moves on through Montgomery County now, as well as eastern Sangamon County. We're kind of watching here again. Some of our classic structure has kind of dissipated here a little bit. You can still see just that little almost that comma shape there still just southeast of Thayer. And now moving this polygon out to the east a little bit now. Again, Divernon area, safe spot, Pawnee as well, Zenobia. Down here to the south, that one over in Montgomery County as well. Farmersville looking like it's passing over here right now. King, Morrisonville, Bear Creek, Palmer, Clarksdale as well. Just keep an eye on this thing as it is slowly approaching you from the west. You want to be taking all the precautions you can right now to get to your safe spot. Again, lowest portion of your house, basement if you have it. If not, you want to get to the most interior part of your house away from any sort of windows. You will want to just make sure you are sheltered here at the moment, as we have two warnings here capable of producing, again, tornadoes. We've seen some rotation. We've watched this thing move. Right now, the big concern that we know is confirmed is that large hail. We've had tennis ball size hail there reported with these. That's where you see some of that pink in the radar image. Again, these warnings for Sangamon County till 3:45, that tornado warning until 3:45, so about 15 minutes to go there on that top one. And this bottom one as well, that one's until 4:15. So that one here for the next 45 minutes. So if you're over there in Montgomery County, you will want to keep an eye on this thing here for a little while. And these are traveling slowly at 15 miles an hour. So the concern of some flash flooding is taking over now as well as just getting pelted here by tennis ball size hail. So making sure that we know what is coming here. Anywhere you see that pink, just south of Pawnee, looking like they're kind of getting pounded with some of that large hail as well. Just southeast of Irwins Park and Divernon area, seeing some of that heavy rain, maybe some hail in there in just a moment. But we are, this is about the only storm that we're dealing with here at the time. So we're going to really just continue to watch this one, as it still has those two tornado warnings on it. Have not heard anything extra as far as any kind of confirmation of anyone on the ground seeing any kind of tornado here with this. So we're hoping that this kind of just starts to lose that signature rotation. Obviously, this hail in its own is enough to cause quite a bit of a mess, and certainly don't want to have a tornado tossed in here as well, because this is already a pretty messy looking storm the way it is. While we're looking at that, I'm going to try to see if I can find anything here on the Springfield camera. Again, there's all kinds of rain and that, hail core kind of blocking it, but we're going to see if we can really see anything from Springfield. yeah, not seeing a whole lot there other than just that cloud structure. I won't even bother tossing it on there because, again, we just can't really see anything. It's just kind of a view of the storm structure itself. So we're watching this as it slowly moves east. Now starting to effectively move over Divernon there, kind of in between two little hail cores there, Pawnee, Zenobia. We are watching this here closely, as well as down here to the south. It's past Farmersville now, kind of in that in-between phase. Doesn't look like there's any towns in between Farmersville and Morrisonville there, but it's kind of in between there. So Morrisonville, Bear Creek, definitely to be watching as this pretty large storm continues to make some noise here, continues to have those tornado warnings on it. And it looks like we have an expansion of our severe thunderstorm watch as well. So we'll note that. We'll kind of watch it here, but not going anywhere here on the storm just yet. But we could potentially see a little bit more, in the way of storms firing up here in the next couple hours. We thought there might be a small little round here late this afternoon that would potentially bring possible tornadic storms here with it. But again, even though if there's not any confirmation tornado right now, tennis ball size hail, that is going to it's going to really hurt some windshields, dent up those cars, maybe even break some outdoor objects. So be safe right now. Be in your safe spot here. We will guide you through as these storms kind of continue to push on through. And that southern part of the storm is really just kind of widened up here. So watching that one as it pushes off there to the east into Christian County here. Again, Christian County, the entire western side of the county border there, looking like it's about to see that storm really advance there into it. So anywhere in Christian County, you need to be watching both of these tornado warning boxes as this storm, again, 15 miles an hour, very slow moving storm. Flash flooding, a concern here, 4-inch per hour rainfall rates. And again, really strong indications there of some hail. With some of that, with some of those pink colors on there. We're gonna even take a look. We're gonna look at our, it'll say debris tracker up there, but we're not tracking tornado debris. We're actually going to look at the, we're gonna actually look and see if we can get some of the indications that there is definitely, obviously, some hail in there. You see some of those green colors, basically what this palette is here that you're seeing on screen. When you see the red colors, that means anything falling through the sky is roughly the same shape, so that would indicate just raindrops. Anywhere we start to see the green and the yellow and the blue, that's when you start to see objects that are not close in size, which indicates that we have large hailstones there. They're obviously much bigger than the raindrops falling alongside with it. So you see, again, some of those lighter colors in there, definitely seeing some of those indications of hail. 2 inches in size, maybe even bigger here in some places. Haven't had anything bigger confirmed just yet. We've had some radar indications there in that ballpark of tennis ball size. But so far, no news as far as our tornado risk. Obviously, still have those tornado warnings on it, but you can just kind of see this thing is just really kind of blobbed up, for lack of a better term there. It's really just kind of meshed together. It's just one gigantic little flank there with heavy rain and some hail in it as well. But again, watching that little appendage there in the back, as there's still some rotation on here. We'll toss on the velocity again here, make sure we're not losing track of anything. And again, it kind of does look messy, but you can tell there's a little bit of action in there. Some of the lighter green clashing there against the red. Actually got someone on our stream. Jeannie is in Divernon and said very small hail briefly, still raining there. So yeah, definitely trying to stay safe here in the path of this storm. Again, Divernon's kind of the spot there. It looks like that rotation may pass just to the south of it there, but just barely. So we're watching this closely as it really is putting a beating down there on I-55 here at the moment. And again, kind of watching this little part down here as well. 2 tornado warnings for roughly the same storm. It's kind of just a larger storm complex at the moment, just kind of a really large cell. We'll go back to our radar image here and continue to follow this thing as it's a pretty big storm. It's almost it's about as big looking of a storm here as you can get, and Just got a picture sent in from Jacob here. He's got some really big pieces of hail there. I don't know where that's from, but it's looking every bit like tennis ball size hail there on those pictures that he just shared with me. So that is that's the situation right now. Large hail is the main driver with this. But again, the whole reason that we have jumped on air here with this is the 2 tornado warnings. And again, anybody here watching on our WCI3 live stream, anything that you are hearing or seeing there, let us know. But obviously, please, please, please be in your safe spot here right now. Do not leave your safe spot just to go look at this. You will want to be taking shelter. Big hail, tennis ball size, heavy, heavy, heavy rainfall as well, around 4 inches per hour. And we're still watching as it looks that this storm is just slowly moving. That's the big thing with it. This has hardly gone anywhere here just in the last 15 or 20 minutes. I know when we hopped on air here, it was just southwest of Auburn, and since then it's really not moved anywhere, kind of that rotation signature. So we're just going to take a little bit of a wide shot here, kind of familiarize ourselves here with the map, just make sure that everyone knows where at this is going on there. Southeastern Sangamon County, knocking on the door there of Western Christian County. Taylorville still got some time before this arrives, but definitely want to be making the adjustments here right now, getting any kind of objects inside that you want, getting those pets inside. And again, any kind of place there in Western Christian County. If you're not in the warning box yet, you have a little bit of time there to get prepared, but definitely make sure you're not wasting any time there. Make sure you are getting ready to go and making sure that you are prepared in case things do start to turn that direction. Got an email in here of golf ball size hail in Chatham. And that is that's the story here at the moment. Yep, just down there south of Chatham. Looks like a pretty impressive looking hail core there. And like I said earlier, this storm kind of had that classic hook there for a little bit. Since then, it's kind of faded just a little bit. That doesn't necessarily mean that we are not seeing any kind of rotation there, because we still are. We're still seeing those greens and reds next to each other on our velocity image, but definitely not seeing the classic structure there. But again, you see right there northeast of Farmersville, there's that little gap in the reflectivity, and that's exactly the place to watch there. We turn on our velocity. You kind of see, yep, that rotation just to the west there of Farmersville. Those greens and reds right next to each other. And still watching up here. Again, the Divernon area, definitely want to make sure you are in your safe spot here. Zenobia as well. Pawnee looking like this rotation is going to be just off to your south, but definitely prepare there. Be ready for that to move on in. And of course, like we said, with this one down here, it's about to pass over Farmersville there. There's kind of a gap in the towns between Farmersville and Morrisonville. But definitely be ready there as that storm advances on in. So not a lot of new development here in the past 20 minutes or so. So we are seeing, we've got somebody in the stream here, currently on 29 heading west, have some pictures. Yes, Deanna, you can send those to the news account, news@wcia.com, or if you can look me up on Facebook, forecaster Seth Bohnhoff. Just send those, message me. We'd like to see some of those images there if you do have them. Of course, make sure you are safe here at the moment. Make sure you guys are not risking anything here just to get us those images. We want you to be taking shelter here and making sure you are where you need to be here with this storm passing on over. Again, just a large looking storm here. Still seeing those pinks on there, that indication of some of that large hail. We're closely watching here as long as these tornado warnings are still out there, as long as we are still seeing as long as we're still seeing some of those indications of rotation, we're going to just follow this as it moves on through. But even so, we've said tennis ball size hail, enough to cause a little bit of damage here in the area. Still moving slowly, 15 miles an hour out to the east. Still indications of 2-inch size hail there. So a couple of slow movers here. And we are going to continue to track them as eventually these warning boxes are going to find their way there into Western Christian County here But again, your main sources of rotation are still kind of well out here to the west. Still haven't really, this one back here southeast of Auburn still hasn't crossed I-55 there. I've been talking about diverting and getting to your safe spot here for a while. It's still slowly approaching there, and obviously you're feeling all that heavy rain and probably some of that hail as well. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get that Springfield camera. I'm going to swing it around here while we're watching things on radar. And just saw there on your screen an expansion there of the severe thunderstorm warning. So not expanding the tornado warning into Christian County just yet, but we are moving the severe thunderstorm warning box to cover both of those tornado warnings there to kind of extend them. We're going to drop in on that. There looks like 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and still ping pong ball sized hail as that starts to move on into Christian County, moving in at 20 miles an hour. That warning is until 4:30, so about the next 50 minutes here, watching that storm as it advances into Christian County. Again, Morrisonville, Bear Creek, Taylorville there in the path of that. So at 20 miles an hour, we're going to drag our little storm squall here, pretty much just across the span of this tornado-warned storm. We're just going to kind of extend it out this way, see some of the towns that are in the path of this slow-moving storm here. Move that around to see in Tovey, Kincaid, Clarksdale, Sharpsburg. Looking at the Taylorville area there, look at those times there to the left of those town names. That's when you can expect this storm to start to move on in, or at least the front part there. The rotation's still somewhere there in the back, or at least the indications of rotation somewhere in the back. So Kincaid looking here into the next 15 minutes for that to move overhead. Taylorville, you've got about 30 minutes until that one advances on in. So closely watching there. Again, if you are on that list, be prepared right now. Severe thunderstorm warning now over Christian County, and continuing to follow the tornado warned portion here of these storms. We're going to go ahead and yet again flip on our velocity here. Again, things just kind of a little more noisy in nature as far as not seeing those that classic indication there of any kind of rotation, except around there in Farmersville, still seeing a little bit going on there. So keeping an eye on how things are shaping up there. We'll go back here to our reflectivity and keep watching things. Again, if you're just now hopping in here, we got a storm here. It's got 2 tornado warnings on it. And we are seeing a little bit of rotation there, maybe not quite as much as we did at one point here as these storms kind of moving up there to the east. About to move on into Christian County there. Effectively, Montgomery County, kind of seeing the end of this one as it moves on through, still seeing some of that hail in the northeastern part of the county there. But it looks like it's going to wrap up there in that part of the area soon. So as I said just a moment ago before that warning popped up, we are going to we're going to look at that Springfield cam. This is what the storm looks like there, looking to the south from Springfield. Again, just impressive looking structure there. Had a really nice anvil cloud with it there earlier. And that's kind of the look right now. A little bit of an illusion there. That's just a smokestack there in the background, not any kind of funnel cloud there. If that's what it looked like to anyone there at first. So just watching this storm here from this direction. Again, too much rain, too much thick cloud cover there to see any kind of rotation here. The part that we're interested in anyway. So that's what it looks like looking south of Springfield. Here we are. Just kind of really has kind of meshed into just one large circular storm here, and you see that warning just dropped, just now gotten rid of there for eastern Sangamon County, southeastern Sangamon County. So no longer tornado warned, but still got that severe thunderstorm warning tag on there. So watching this, not a huge indication of anything. Still, there's still a little bit of rotation down here in the one in Montgomery County. But that one up there in Sangamon County has kind of lost its shape and structure here a little bit. And that has prompted it to just drop down there to severe thunderstorm warning status. You can kind of see we're losing some of the pink here in our radar imagery as well. So we're not quite seeing as large of hail, but still a little less than 2 inches in size there is what we can expect. So we're taking a look here, seeing what the National Weather Service is telling us as well. Storm appears to be splitting. Rotation is becoming less organized. And that prompted the severe thunderstorm warning instead of the tornado warning there with the southeastern Sangamon County portion of the storm. But still watching, maybe a little bit of a rotation in signature still here in the Montgomery County one. So just closely watching this here. As it's just been such a slow-moving storm. I mean, even without the tornado there, and just the hail alone on its own is enough to cause a little bit of damage. We've got the chief in here now, Kevin. Kevin, what's going on?
Well, quite the storm there that you've been following there. Been watching your coverage there, and slow moving. This thing just crawling across, and probably just dumping rain. I've seen some flash flood warnings I think they've got out there because of this thing just not even moving. So a lot of those same areas seeing that heavy rainfall. And yeah, a little bit earlier we were seeing some of that rotation as you were mentioning, seeming to get a little bit more messy right now, but you know, that whole area there, that's just one huge cell, and it is tapping into an incredible amount. It's so muggy out there. The moisture is back. It hasn't felt like this in a while. So very warm, a lot of moisture, big high precipitation cell there that is dumping that rainfall. And man, some of those hail pictures, I think that one that Jacob sent in there, that was, I think he tweeted that one out too. So we might be able to pull that up there if you pull up the that Twitter on the computer. We might be able to show that. But these are prolific hail producers, as you mentioned, and we've had reports of at least 2 inch size hail. I mean, one of those pictures may be even bigger than that, and that was out there, I believe, close to Divine, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if that's what that tweet said. Yeah, where was that at?
This hail was in Chatham, it looks like.
Oh, in Chatham.
This one, yep.
Yeah, so we can actually probably pull that up if we can. We got the GR.
Yes.
Yeah, pop that guy up right there. And then here, this is that's the hail that was in Chatham. Now, I mean, that's pretty good size. You're looking at some 2 inch size hailstones right there. That was earlier from the Chatham area. And again, this storm is going to produce that hail, that very heavy rainfall. Seth was kind of showing it on the tower cams, and the lightning that's out there as well. Seth, it's been a busy 12 to 18 hours there. Those storms last night were pretty wild that came through. Loud thunder, lightning, flooding, and now we're kind of dealing with it again here this afternoon.
And this is just kind of a first round thing, because we've got another impressive looking complex of storms moving here tonight as well. So this is just kind of the afternoon wave. Obviously, that stuff that's coming overnight going to be a little more congealed, a little more linear in structure, so not going to maybe see these individual storms quite as much. But yeah, I mean, this is just, it's been busy. It's been busy the last 24 hours.
I also saw an email that I believe Springfield actually sounded off their sirens because of the hail that they actually said, because of the 2 inch hail threat. Now, all jurisdictions can do what they want with their sirens, but when they sound them, why they sound them. Most only do it for tornadoes, but some will do it if there are significant winds or a significant hail threat. So if you were in Springfield and kind of wondered, well, my sirens are going off, why was that? Well, they were trying to get the alert out for possibly some of that hail. Now, Springfield, you are in the clear right now from this storm, as it's kind of diving a little bit more south and east, but heading into Christian County. Probably that hail core is showing up a little bit more there. In that purple colored area south of Zenobia, and going to be just west of 48 there on Morrisonville. That's where you probably got some of that hail that could be coming through. Again, these storms aren't your traditional movers, and what I mean by that is, you know, you typically see a storm maybe go kind of west to east. These kind of meander a little bit. They take on a new shape. Sometimes, you know, kind of shift in direction a little bit. One part of the storm will have that hail, and then another one will generate another updraft to present that hail in there. And so this isn't your typical kind of, you know, system that just moves right across. And they're also, as I mentioned, extremely slow moving as they dump that heavy rainfall right there on I-55, and you can see that area there. Of course, where that devastating accident occurred there just south of Vernon to Farmersville. If there's some winds with that, at least some rain to finally kind of, put down some of that dust and whatnot. But that area there definitely getting just hammered right now. And so the southeastern portion of Sangamon County and heading there into Taylorville and the Christian County area as well. So again, that reason that we're kind of still on here with you as we track that potential tornadic threat there. Anything from the Weather Service there or in the St. Louis chat or anything? I'm just curious if they're seeing anything or any chasers or anything.
From what they've said right now, I haven't had anything from any kind of spotters or anything, but one of the employees there just kind of said storm appears to be splitting rotation, kind of becoming a little less organized. That's why they put that one up there in Sangamon County back to just severe thunderstorm warning. They haven't said too much more about that one passing through Montgomery now into Christian County, but from what I've seen, I don't see anything too crazy there with the velocity. There's a little bit maybe of some rotation in there, but it's just nothing that's kind of changed the way we've been looking at it here at the moment, at least.
So again, just to reiterate too, as Seth mentioned, we think that there are going to be additional storms here throughout the rest of today and into tonight as well. So don't let your guard down. There is that severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect until 9 o'clock.
9 p.m. Yep.
Is that right?
They just expanded that just a little bit to catch some of those southern counties.
So they've added in some of the counties. If you can switch over to Max 1, I got that pulled up there, and that is the area where we've got those counties under that watch. Now, yes, mainly these are going to be hail threats and wind damage threats with them, but you cannot rule out that potential for a tornado. But right now, that's what we're looking at there until 9 p.m. Now, I know what you're saying. Hey, I'm in Monticello. Hey, I'm down here in Sullivan, in Tuscola or Champaign. Could I get a bad storm today? Yeah, it's definitely possible, and they very well could extend that. But right now, when you kind of see this wider view, and so this is the other thing that we're kind of looking at, additional storms. You see this guy out here that's starting to form. So we're going to see this area, and there are storms actually that stretch all the way back here into portions of Iowa, okay? And so these little mesoscale convective systems kind of dive in here and can wreak havoc on us, and that's what's happening here this afternoon on this storm, where now maybe there's a couple different hail cores that are showing up here. Maybe one there, again, the north and west of Pawnee, as you head there down I-55, and then the other one down there southeast of Zenobia and west of Bear Creek. So this whole area here, extremely heavy rainfall at the moment, and this is I'm going to put a loop on this and kind of show you the movement that this thing has actually been taking. And this is an hour loop. Watch how little the storm really moves over the last hour. That's 1 hour worth right there. Okay, so that's just an incredible amount of rain that continues to fall in those same areas. That right there, that's usually not good news there. And so I would say there, Glenarm right now, you guys may have some hail, and you have been just being pounded by that heavy rainfall over the last hour. And it's kind of widened that view out again. I know you're saying, hey, nothing's going on here in Champaign and Danville and Charleston and Decatur right now, but look how that storm out there exploded, okay? There was nothing there, boom, and there it goes. And that's kind of the primed atmosphere that is out there this afternoon. A lot of moisture, a lot of heating of the day that took place, and these will just fire up like that. So we're going to have to watch. You see how this whole back area back here is starting to kind of form a little bit more, stretching back here into Morgan County. We'll see how much more of that we may start to get some development. So this is one of those things where it kind of goes from, hey, it doesn't look like it's that bad, to boom. And the way that you can really tell that sometimes is just by looking out there at the sky. You'll see these tall, billowing cumulus clouds that really start to grow in height, and you'll see them maybe off in the distance, and then all of a sudden they're getting closer to you, and that is your kind of indicator that, hey, a storm might be coming here pretty soon. And you can see here this storm definitely packing a punch with it down into southeastern Sangamon County right now.
Still got that tornado warning tag there as it moves through Montgomery County. Kind of just holding on to that one here. I believe that one is set to believe that one's set to expire at. That one's set to expire at 4:15 still. So yeah, it's hardly gone anywhere there. Still just kind of, I think they did expand the time of that warning there for just a brief period of time just because of how slow moving this is. Yeah, just during the last hour, it's barely tracked from central Sangamon County to eastern Sangamon County. I mean, it's still really that top portion of the storm really not even into Christian County there still yet.
So I'm just kind of looking at some of the short-term model stuff here. Just wanted to kind of glance at it, and I'll kind of share that with you guys, just to kind of give you an idea of maybe how some of this may develop. Okay, so here's that short-term model. So you can see how those cells really pop up there, especially west of I-55 initially, but then they kind of get going there towards I-57 there throughout the course of the afternoon, and then overnight, look at that little line that eventually kicks through. So that is still is what to come. These little cells that just popped up now are just the beginning of this, and we're going to see a lot of the action there probably along I-55, at least initially here through this evening, and then things may develop a little bit more as we get into later on tonight. We'll see if that line of storms maintains its strength, but there is no doubt that we have had some really strong, possibly some strong winds, and then probably some hail with this as well. Just prolific hail producers. As a matter of fact, what we can do is what I'll do is put on here what's known as our hail tracks. And so what I gotta first do is I'm gonna switch off the radar for you guys, and then you guys can see what I'm talking about. So there's a look at your warnings. So this is the area where we have definitely there is the potential for some hail to form there. I'll go ahead and even shut off the warnings for you so you can kind of see it even better. But that right there, so that's your best chance of probably some hail. So that's south of Zenobia and just northwest of Morrisonville, okay? And then maybe another little area southeast of Chatham once again. But then look at this next product that I'm getting ready to show you. It's called Hail Tracks, and it shows the tracks where hail has been throughout the course of this afternoon. And if you just give it a moment for it to pop up here, it's going to show the areas that we've had some of that hail that came through in the last hour or so. It may take a second for that to pop up, but again, these areas right now that you're seeing are where we've got that potential for hail to exist right now, and not moving in a whole lot of areas. So a lot of heavy rainfall, and again, that tornado warning area about to expire, and they're pretty soon there, right, Seth?
Yep, still tagged on there for 4:15, but kind of looking like it's almost kind of escaping that polygon there, so looking like it's gonna jump on over. And I mean, effectively that hail core is there in Christian County at the moment, kind of around the Bear Creek area, just a little bit north of Morrisonville. I'll turn off my loop here, just kind of look at things live as they happen, and we'll get the stream flip back over here to show my image.
So, this I got that hail area pulled up. If we could switch back to Max 1 just real quick here. I just want to show you, this was earlier, and you're going to see, look at that purple color there, and that, as it probably went through the Auburn area there as well, probably some pretty big hail that came through, because that return right there is really large hail. That was at 3:12 this afternoon. And then notice it did lose some of its color, but here is that hail track as I was talking about. This is the area that probably got some hail in Auburn. I don't know if anybody lives out there in Auburn, or we've got any viewers, anybody that's been tuned in, but it looks like that area got just pummeled with hail. And so I backed this out, and you could just kind of see this one area that's really had some of that hail. So that's going to be from Chatham down to Auburn, where some of those pictures were coming to us from. That is what we had in terms of that incredible amount of hail that did form earlier. So I just wanted to kind of show that off. But you can take it back over there to Max 2 with Seth over there showing the storm now.
Yep, still just watching mainly hail here with this. Again, that warning still got 15 minutes left on it. We'll see what the decision is once that expires, whether or not they'll just continue it as a severe thunderstorm warning, which it looks to be here at the moment throughout Christian County. It's kind of in that little in-between area. There's not a lot of towns here right directly underneath this highest reflectivity, just a little bit west of Bear Creek and Palmer at the moment, north of Morrisonville. Looking like it's still just slowly dragging through Sangamon County there. I mean, still south end of Chatham might be seeing some pretty intense rain there at the moment as well. The classic rotation that we saw half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, it just doesn't look like that's there anymore. There's maybe a little bit going on there on the eastern side of Montgomery County, now fading into Christian County, but again, just not looking quite like it did earlier there when that storm was just kind of a little smaller and a little more individualized in Sangamon County. Just looked like it was going to continue to erupt there as it moved off to the east. But no, really, the big concerns are just the same spots, kind of seeing the same amount of rain, seeing the same amount of same amount of hail there as well. Just kind of that large 2-inch size hail just kind of hitting the exact same spots over and over and over. We zoomed in there on Auburn just a moment ago, and you're still kind of seeing some of those pinks there just a little bit to the northeast of that. Talked about how Vernon was in the path of some of that rotation earlier. It looks like that's just now finally starting to move through just the north part of town there, between there and Glenarm. Pawnee's seeing some heavy rain there at the moment, so we're just gonna keep watching this and just see how that tornado warning tag evolves here in time. And it's not looking like it's gotten any stronger there as far as rotation's gone within the last half hour or so, but just gonna watch this as it moves into Christian County and just make sure there that we're seeing things here the way that they are, and that there's no real indications there of any kind of tornadic activity still as it moves out there to the east. But still, we talked about heavy rain in there, flash flooding, definitely a concern down this direction. We've been a little bit dry there, obviously. It's just been a little bit of a dry spell here lately, and when you get this much rain tossed in there onto dry soil, I mean, that's not ever a good combination either. That dry soil just having a tough time absorbing some of that rain as well. So definitely not the best combination. We need rain, but obviously don't want it in buckets out into portions of the area. And there goes the tornado warning. So that tornado warning is officially off the map now. So it looks like we're just dealing here with a severe thunderstorm warning, as it now completely encompasses most of Christian County there. A place like Bear Creek, really starting to probably hear all that heavy rain, and soon to have some of those hailstones dropping on there as well. So no more tornado warnings here with these storms. Rotation just not quite as good as it looked earlier, but plenty of heavy rain, plenty of large hail still as this still tracks into Christian County there, just along 48 as it starts to cross the road there. And obviously still keep an eye on things there in Sangamon County, as it's not going very far, still south of Chatham. I mean, maybe getting a little bit of round 2 there, a bit of a pounding there with some heavy rain and maybe even some more large hail down there in that direction as well. Glenarm definitely seeing some of that hail pass on into the area as well as it crosses I-55. So again, just back to regular severe thunderstorm warnings here with this. Still plenty of impacts to be felt with strong winds, 60+ miles an hour, and still seeing hail, maybe not quite up to what we saw earlier, but still roughly about 2 inches there is where we could be seeing some of that at the moment.
I'll say this. I'm going to show you some of these hail reports. We just got a new one in that said 3.25 inch hail.
Jeez, yeah,
that was in Chatham earlier. 3.25 inches. That is
kind of between baseball and softball, somewhere in that.
Yeah, just there. Baseball. I mean, my goodness, that's wild stuff. Some other ones. There's the one near Auburn. They're saying 1.3 inches of hail. Let's see, the one over here north of Vernon, that one was just a little bit smaller there, but still significant. And again, this one that just came in, I think there were a couple different reports. There was one of a 2-inch report in Chatham, but there's a now more recent one, this thing that was 3.25 inches of hail that was there. So those are our hail reports, and I know a large part of you are saying, okay, I'm not seeing much else here where I'm located. When are we going to get something possibly where I live? You may be asking that question. Well, there's still more storms to come that are back here to the north and west. And so while right now just a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here, there are no more tornado warnings that are in effect at this time. So, since there are not any more tornado warnings in effect, what we will do is come back off of the air, but we'll keep going on the streaming side of things. There on Facebook. Seth has been with you here last night, all today, rocking the coverage for us, and we'll continue to deliver that for you here as these storms kind of hang out. But for control room and for our master control back there, we will be sending things back to our regular programming here in just a moment. But again, that severe thunderstorm warning there continues there. Pawnee, stretching down into Christian County, just north of Morrisonville. Look out for some hail. If you are in that area, pull your car in the garage if you can, because these storms are definitely going to be able to produce very, very large hail in this current atmosphere. Anything else there, Seth, before we hand it off?
Nothing big, just new severe thunderstorm warning popped up there covering Sangamon County again, just kind of over the Chatham area, that kind of rectangular looking one. But again, just severe thunderstorm warning with that one kind of expanding the region. Other than that, I think we're good.
Okay, guys. Well, there we go. Thanks again tuning in here. We'll keep you updated throughout the course of this afternoon. And then tonight, as we always do, if you still want our coverage, Facebook, Twitter, the WCA3 News and Weather apps streaming live right now. You can find us on there. We're going to keep things going. But for now, we will send you back to our regular programming. Stay safe out there for the rest of this afternoon.
All right, everybody, back on stream now. We'll get things turned back over to my camera here. Just kind of watch. So we're just dealing with some severe thunderstorm warnings here at the moment, but plenty of large hail. Again, new severe thunderstorm warning there, really extending into western Sangamon County here, as Kevin mentioned earlier. Just kind of the back end of this storm, kind of having a little bit more development there onto it, and we see some pretty hefty looking signatures there. Another decent looking hail core on its way there into Chatham. And these storms still slowly moving, even as they build up there on the west side. So there's your new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this long rectangular warning here, encompassing some of that, some of the new stuff that's built onto the northwest side here of the storm. Dropping a tag on it there, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Ping pong ball size hail indicated with that one too. So new area to watch, and an area that's already been hit. I remember Chatham earlier had reports of tennis ball size hail, so kind of doubling down on that, maybe getting another round out here to the west. So definitely want to be careful there with that. The look there on the reflectivity definitely suggests that there's some pretty large hail still knocking on the door there in Chatham. But watching the main portion of the storm, that's almost starting to look a little less impressive there than that northwest part. But we'll move things over here to Christian County still here anyway. Again, right up there along 48, southwest of Taylorville, looking like it's staying a little bit south of town there. Maybe just some moderate rain out there to the west. But Bear Creek, a little bit north of Morrisonville there, Palmer, Clarksdale. And that's what we're looking at here for our next in line for some hail to knock on down there, bring some heavy rain as well. We will also toss on a loop here and just again show you what's been going on here for the last hour with this storm, as it just hasn't really gone anywhere. It just almost looks like it's running in place, like it's stuck in quicksand there. But as we mentioned earlier, these storms, they fire up in a hurry. I mean, look at that stuff there northwest of Auburn. It just fired up seemingly out of thin air there. It's like nothing was there. 5 minutes later, boom, you have a pretty well-organized storm on the northwest side of the main storm here as well. So that's what we're keeping an eye on. We're going to just kind of take a zoom out here of the region. We are seeing some more potential areas that could be hit by severe thunderstorm warnings at some points. Tiny little cell out there in the western part of the state, just kind of around the industry area there near Vermont and Farmers, outside of the area here at the moment. But you just watch that. If it continues to move east there, could be a thing to watch for later on in the night for places like Logan County, McLean County as well. But with how slow some of these storms are moving, just kind of stalling, we'll see. We'll see if it ends up making it there. But like Kevin said earlier there, these storms just kind of popping up there out of thin air. It's just, they rapidly develop here. The environment is definitely favorable for some of those storms to just really kind of develop there. So we're watching the whole area there to see those storms pop on in. Obviously, south of Fayette County, south of Effingham County, about to move into Clay County there soon. Got that severe warning storm down there, a little bit outside of our area. We're going to flip back up there our current alert, the severe thunderstorm watch, active till 9 o'clock for those counties there. So at the moment, looking like up and down I-57 there is not included in that here at the moment. They have expanded this though since the first time they looked at since the first time they issued this watch. So Obviously some potential for expansion still with this, but that's what we're seeing right now. Those counties out there to the west of I-57 there, really kind of west of I-74, south of I-74 as it sits there as well. So that is that's the look right now. Go back to radar. And just watch these storms as they don't really go anywhere. In anyone in the Christian County and southern Sangamon County area, if you're on there on the stream seeing anything, just kind of let us know what's going on, what you're hearing. Obviously, be in your safe spot still, but definitely trying to avoid the storm here, as it's not really trying to avoid us any. It's really just sitting over the top of a place like Chatham here right now and not wanting to really go anywhere. And that'll be something to deal with here for maybe the next 30 minutes, still maybe an hour. It's just these storms have barely made any progress. We jumped on the air, felt like about an hour ago, I believe it was, and we saw that storm there southwest of Auburn. And since then, it's hardly gotten there into Christian County. And in fact, since then, another part of the storm has just kind of exploded there on the northwest side. So it's as if the storm really didn't go anywhere. So dealing with some more of that. And just kind of watching a volatile atmosphere here as we get on into starting to get into the late afternoon hours. And still just watching that one main storm there with kind of an extension off the northwest side of it now. Also just kind of keep an eye on things down there to the south of I-70. Got a little cluster of storms starting to bubble up down that way. And again, we're watching up here into Iowa as well. We've got our eyes on that. And there's going to be a little bit of a complex of storms that's going to mesh together by the time we get into the nighttime hours. That's going to dive here into the area as well. In fact, I'll pull up a future track here. We'll just illustrate what exactly we're going to see here into the nighttime hours. Now, this one might not be doing the best job of showing some of those current cells right now. That's not to say that it's not going to show things pretty well here later. But you see, again, potential for storms to continue to fire up here as we head into the late afternoon, early evening hours. And as we head into the night, I really think the big complex there starts to come well into the overnight hours and maybe even crossing over there into morning show territory as we cross that 5 and 6 o'clock hour. Got Kat here saying that hail starting up in Chatham again and starting to flood as well. I can certainly understand that with just the way the rain has just been pouring down there over the same spots over and over. So again, a place like Chatham, starting to really puddle up there for sure. Starting to get a lot of that rain. And some of that pink down there in the south part of town. A place like Ball, seeing some of that here soon too. But as mentioned earlier, we had tornado warning tags on this at one point. Since then, the rotation has kind of dissipated. Haven't seen anything there to continue those tornado warnings any further. So we're just seeing how these storms play out. And again, just kind of keeping an eye on the wide shot of the area too, just in case we do have another storm just kind of fire up there, like the one in the western region of the state right now. That little warning up there just outside of the area. That one just popping up there in the middle of just popping up there when it looked like things were quiet up that direction. That's how some of these storms work in this environment. They don't have any. They're not starved for any kind of fuel there. Once they get a little bit of some lifting action there, they can just bubble up and really fire up that activity and bring those storms capable of strong winds and, like we're no stranger to here this afternoon, some large hail as well. Zooming in here on the storm moving into Christian County. That one, no longer seeing any pink tied to it. Still probably seeing some decent sized hail in there, but no longer the 2-inch stuff, if I had to guess. No longer seeing that. About 1/4 of an inch there, still what it's saying. Moving east, again, crawling east, I should say, at 15 miles an hour. Now, all of a sudden, again, Sangamon County once more is where the strongest looking storm is. This part on the northwest side of that original storm looks like it's the one making the most noise here right now. Chatham area, definitely feeling some heavy rain there, as well as Loami. south of Bates there. And it's got decent westward extent to it. You notice how funky the warning polygon is here. It's just a long rectangular shape there just to encompass every part of that storm. And it's not really, it's given a little bit of a lead time there, this little extension out here to the east. But with this storm moving as slow as it is, you almost just got to put the box on where it is because it's not really going any further other than where it's at there at the moment. So watching how things will play out here this afternoon and into the evening hours, as it looks like we could have another night of following storms here well into the morning hours of Monday morning. That's just kind of how things have been here lately. We had one severe thunderstorm warning yesterday around the afternoon hours. Just that one scraping down there to the south part of the area. Hit places like Macoupin County, Montgomery County, Fayette, Effingham there eventually. That was about the only action we saw there in the afternoon, but then we had another round there overnight, starting a little after midnight. That lasted well into the morning hours there, all the way up to about 6 o'clock. We had some severe thunderstorm warnings to follow. And now we are following things this afternoon before we segue into another overnight event and potentially seeing another risk for some severe weather there later on Monday evening. That one looking a little more to the south, kind of a little more of a I-70 problem there by the time that gets here. But we're focused on what we're seeing here right now with this current complex of storms. Again, kind of two separate storms here at the moment, but kind of just looks like they're somewhat connected there. Kind of just looks like they follow one little sweeping motion. Again, Chatham feeling the Chatham's definitely the place that's almost getting beat like a drum here at the moment. Just feeling that heavy rain and definitely flooding. Flooding is a concern here at the moment, just because that dark red, that pink on there, you're getting all kinds of heavy rain just falling there in the same spot. So definitely want to stay aware of that. It's not any kind of strong winds or strong winds or large hail. That doesn't necessarily need to be present in order to make these storms be high impact. That heavy rain, that could do it as well if these storms just kind of stall in place and just kind of spin in the mud there, so to speak. So we are watching things here, and looks like just a little bit of tweaking around there on the severe thunderstorm watch. Doesn't look like anywhere in our area though, as join that watch, maybe just a couple of counties outside of our viewing area there, jumping into that one. But a noisy afternoon, and we've talked about models with predicting this. Some have been in the right ballpark as far as idea of what we'd see. Others have been better about timing. Others have been better about location, but no one model has been good at all of those things. So that's the tricky part here with predicting these storms. You have one that's good at one thing, one that's good at another, and you don't really know which ones those are going to be. It's not like we have models where we know this one's always right on the timing, or we know this one's always right in the location. It's something you got to figure out on a case-to-case basis there. It's not just set in stone, this is good at that, and this is good at something else. So definitely a tricky little forecast here to pinpoint some of these spots, these individualized storms. These are hard to exactly pinpoint, especially in the environment that we see here right now. But still watching, I think they shrunk that severe thunderstorm warning in Christian County just a little bit now, a little more wide than it is tall there. It was encompassing quite a bit of Christian County there earlier. Since then, just kind of a little more rectangular in shape there. So kind of seeing these storms kind of classically split apart there. Kind of see some of the weakening in the reflectivity there, just between Taylorville and Edinburgh. So just some light to moderate rain in Kincaid. Kincaid looking like you split the gap pretty good there. So if you were worried about any storms knocking on your door, it looks like, well, they're just going to kind of, one's going to go to your north, one's going to stay to your south as well. So kind of dodging the worst of it here at the moment anyway. We'll continue to follow these storms as they just slowly try to make their way here to the east. Watching maybe a little bit of a pop-up activity down there in Fayette County. We'll toss a loop there on that. Yeah, just kind of another little storm trying to fire up there north of I-70, the northeastern part there of Fayette County, just east of Ramsey there, Pruitt, Loudon. Just kind of watching that area there. Maybe soon to enter Effingham County, the Altamont area, Beecher City, out that direction. we'll toss some, we'll pause our loop here, just look at it live. I'm going to toss on the lightning there, just kind of see which ones are, yeah, these are pretty good. I mean, especially that one in Sangamon County. We saw just electric storms there last night, so maybe not quite the light show. Obviously, still a lot of activity here within these, but not quite the just electric feel that it felt like last night was. But definitely starting to see a little bit of a storm pop up there in northeastern Fayette County, soon to be northwestern Effingham County. And south of the area, that one's pretty good looking there. It's got a healthy density of lightning there found within it. So we'll just kind of watch things off there to the south. Maybe that'll end up clipping Jasper County there, but it looks like it's going to stay just a bit south of Fayette and Effingham County. But the one to watch is that little cell right there on the northeastern part of Fayette County. Keeping an eye on things over here as we are about looks like an hour and a half into our coverage here, and it really just does not look like there's any evidence that these storms have moved at all. Like we said, this storm down here used to be up here, and now there's a second storm there in Sangamon County, southern Sangamon County. So that's really the hot spot. That's the spot that's been taking the hardest hit here so far today. So definitely want to continue to bunker down and be safe there in southern Sangamon County, just because some of that hail still knocking on the door out there to the west. Again, Chatham getting ready there to feel some of that hail, and just in between there and Loami, I mean, just constant hail dumping down there. And this, I'll put just a little, see if we can put a 30-minute loop on there. I just don't think that little core has really gone anywhere. We'll take a look here. Yeah, it's just kind of sitting there in place. So anywhere in between there, definitely continuing to see the hailstones drop down and the heavy rain continue to pour on in as well. So we are. These storms really aren't going anywhere, and neither are we. As long as these storms are around here, we'll keep an eye on them. I am going to, let's see here. Let me see if I can pull up some storm reports, just kind of look at some things that have come on in here. We'll see if I can overlay that onto the screen here. Look around for that. See if we can find our storm reports here. That's the storm we're still seeing. Again, tennis ball size hail reported at one point. Got some nice pictures there. Jacob tweeted those. You can see that there on his Twitter or his Facebook. Again, nice tennis ball size hail there. And possibly still seeing a little bit of that. Maybe not quite that big anymore, but ping pong ball, golf ball, definitely still there in the equation in southern Sangamon County. So we're looking at that. No new development here as far as any storms firing up outside of that one in northeastern Fayette County. That one looks to be a little small here at the moment to really worry too much about it, but maybe causing some lightning into eastern Fayette and western Effingham County there. Maybe making a little bit of noise, dumping a little bit of heavy rain there in a localized spot. But outside of that, not looking at anything out of control at the moment with that one. So we'll continue to watch, and just as I started to say that there, this cell northwest of the area starting to hook a little bit to the right there, kind of taking a little bit of a right turn. So we'll watch this one. We'll see how fast it moves. Again, fast may not be the right word. A lot of these have been moving slow, but this one, I actually think this one's actually moving with a little bit of pace, 20 miles an hour. So not that much faster than some of these, but still kind of making a little bit of progress. So potentially something there for Cass and Menard County at some point. We'll kind of watch and see how well that one sticks together as it pushes down this direction. And we'll see if any other storms pop up here in the area. Maybe feeling a little light storm down there in southeastern Effingham County as this one primarily in Clay County is reaching up enough to kind of touch some of those smaller townships there in Effingham County. So I got some people asking just specific locations out here at the moment. As far as these individual storms, you can kind of tell what direction those are heading here at the moment. You see those polygons. They're, for the most part, tracking straight east there. So if you know where you're at in relation to these storms, you can just kind of track straight east, see if you are there in the path of any of these. And again, we don't know 100% sure if these storms are going to really get moving here at any point, if they're going to really move with much pace, because here in the last hour and a half, it's this storm right here, the main one that we started the stream for, that one's barely crossed one county, so it's just kind of moving slow. We're just kind of on high alert just to see if any more storms pop up, because that would be the main thing to watch for. Just kind of a storm popping up there when it looked like the zone was clear, then things just kind of get rolling a little bit. So we're watching. We're expecting maybe a couple more storms to pop up here, perhaps. We're getting into the late afternoon hours here, so maybe some of that heating starting to slow down. But we've got enough of it there to definitely still generate some of these storms, even without the help there of the maximum heating of the day. But the thing to watch for tonight, I think all of us have to keep our eyes peeled for that other complex of storms that's going to move on in. That's going to move on in from the northwest, and just kind of looking up there towards Iowa. I mean, man, we got some pretty impressive cells there. But by the time these storms kind of track down this direction, by the time they make it all the way down here, it's looking like they're going to become a lot more linear in structure. And the difference between those linear storms and those individual storms, those linear ones are a little more of a wind threat than they are kind of a tornado threat or a hail threat. So when you get those linear storms, they kind of all mesh together. They're not allowed to rotate quite as easy. They still can, but it's a bit harder for them to do that, as opposed to when they're just these individual cells like we're seeing out there in Iowa right now. That's where the highest risk for the day is, actually up there in Iowa, because they're seeing these cells just jump up there in size, looking like some pretty impressive hail cores in there. But as I mentioned, by the time that gets out here later on tonight and into the morning hours, it looks like it'll be more of a line structure. Can't rule out some of those storms kind of escaping the line a little bit and kind of meandering on their own, potentially causing a little bit more of a threat. But in general, I think that the things to watch for right now are this afternoon, just because with these storms being on their own, we saw the rotation earlier there in Sangamon and Montgomery County. That's what these storms are allowed to do a little more when they're on their own. But strong winds tonight, that's going to be the thing. I mean, that severe thunderstorm watch is in effect mainly to cover these afternoon storms, but wouldn't be too surprised to see another one here later on in the night, just for some of those strong winds. As this, we'll actually go ahead and we'll toss on a future track there. We'll actually update what's going on here with some of these storms here, and then we'll toss that future track. I mean, update, there's really just nothing moving. Again, west of Chatham there, just east of Loami, just that hail core sitting still, that rain sitting still there as well. I'm going to see how well our radar indicated rainfall totals, how those are kind of stacking up. I'll put a 3-hour total there on that, and we'll just kind of drop a pin in there and let you guys see. Yeah, I mean, 3.3 inches, and this has happened over the course of about an hour and a half there. So this is pretty impressive rainfall rates, and this is just radar indicated. So radar does the best job that it can. But when you get all kinds of different things tossing the storms, like the hail in there as well, kind of a little bit of an inexact system there. So the most reliable measurements are the ones there from your own rain gauge and the official reporting stations there. But radar indicated totals are a good estimate there, and you can see just lots of rain, and it's just such a small, localized area, and not spanning very much geographic distance at all. Just a little corner of southeastern Sangamon County and western Christian County, and the rest of us have effectively been dry all day. So you've got some people there really starting to puddle up and have the rain pile up. Others, though, just kind of watching things here this afternoon, kind of cautiously watching. We'll go back to our regular radar here and give a zoom out of the situation here. Kind of watching that storm over in Jasper County, maybe getting a little bit intense down there in the southwestern part of the area, but nothing too new. There's that storm crossing the Fayette-Effingham County line, getting kind of Altamont between there and Beecher City, that direction. That's where you're starting to feel a little bit of the impact. So let's toss on that future track there. We'll show you how things look to progress tonight. We'll actually put on the state view here. I'll zoom in here just a little bit in just a moment, but I just kind of want to show the wide view there. Notice those storms up there in Iowa, kind of individualized, kind of cellular, and we might see a couple more pop-up storms here into the area as we go throughout the night as well. A little bit of some development there. Just kind of watching things as they track from northwest here into the area. Just kind of a general build-up and kind of just maybe some scattered individual storms, but it'll eventually start to congeal there, as you see in the top left part of your screen there around midnight. You just kind of start to see it congeal into kind of that line structure, maybe some individual storms out ahead of that. But it's just going to be kind of a storm complex here tonight, just kind of all one long line diving here into the area. And again, you're looking at the 8 a.m. Time frame there. Looking at 8 a.m. and still seeing just that line of storms push on in there. So we're going to look a little bit closer there just to just so that way we're not having to squint to see where we're at there. This is the exact same future track there, so just going to kind of give it a little push. And again, there's that big old line structure there, pushing well into the morning hours there tomorrow before things finally do clear up. And just want to toss this in here as well. Around I-70 late tomorrow, could be just a couple of pop-up storms in there. Maybe not future track not showing those quite as much as they were earlier. So hopefully that's kind of where we're heading, is not seeing those as much. We just got a new severe thunderstorm, or was that an expiration? It looks like no, they just did issue a new one there. It looks, unless it hasn't populated on my screen yet, it looks like the same area. So I'm just going to kind of keep a zoom out here. Could just be that they, I guess we just did cross the 430 there, so it probably was just a continuation there of that one. So severe thunderstorm warning, 50-mile-an-hour winds now, but still hail over an inch in diameter, inch and a quarter there. And plenty of heavy rain as well. That's almost the most concerning thing here at the moment. The hail, dangerous, and it actually is kind of passing there over the Loami area. But for the most part, it's kind of been just out here in this kind of remote region, not in any kind of town. So it's good for that, because we, rain, sitting still, not going anywhere, training on itself, that's a problem. But so is hail doing the exact same thing. You're not going to pile up, or I guess you will pile up here a little bit there, but just having hail over an inch in diameter, just kind of hitting the same spot, that's a recipe for some not good stuff there. So keep an eye on that. Watching our storm there in southern Christian County now, as that one continues to dive a little bit to the south and east. That one, that's a new warning there as well, till 5:30. Kind of a new zone in there. And not too often, not all the time do you see severe thunderstorm warnings span an hour. I mean, that's a pretty long time. Usually the storms move fast enough to where they can escape their coverage zone well under an hour, but we don't have fast-moving storms. We got these ones just kind of dragging in the mud there a little bit. We'll take a close look here. Vanderville, seeing some of the heavy rain and the hail. Morrisonville starting to exit there off to your east. Bear Creek probably has already seen the worst you're going to see here in the next little bit. Clarksdale, seen some of that rain. And looking up the line here, Rosamond, Locust. Also, one other town popped up in there. There it is, Millersville. Keep an eye on things. That severe thunderstorm warning does cover your area. So we are watching that. And also just watching the general area here to make sure we do not have any new pop-up storms. Definitely probably feeling it in Jasper County there a little bit, even if it's not severe warned, but kind of staying underneath that threshold there, but probably getting some nice heavy rain out that way. And watching that storm up there to the northwest, just northwest of the area there. Small little cell, got a little bit of pace to it, but still kind of slowly trudging along here. Out this direction. So taking a nice wide shot here. Kind of in that zone where I don't have any good sky cams to really look at. I've got one in Springfield, I've got one in Effingham. The Springfield one, probably need to turn it around. It doesn't look quite as crazy as it did earlier. We'll see if we can kind of pan around and see if we can just kind of see what the storm looks like here from a distance. And we'll move that one around there. Again, too far away from Effingham really to see much going on at the moment with that. Oh yeah, here's a good little shot here. We'll pan it to the Springfield camera here in just a moment. Once I get it kind of situated where I want it here. All right, here we go. We're going to move to that Springfield camera, just kind of looking down there to the south into southern Sangamon County. We'll toss our sky cam up. You can see some of those rain shafts as well, just kind of dumping out some of that rain. The dark clouds there where all that rain is just kind of packed and currently dropping on in. And we'll pan out there a little more to our left, and you can just see, again, rain coming down there in sheets, it looks like. And if you can see that from the distance, I mean, if we kept it here on this camera for a while, we'd probably see that that rain shaft just kind of stay in the same spot, just kind of really not go anywhere. Just kind of ominous. It looks like a curtain of rain just like hovers in place. You know, you've got a just kind of a dividing line there where the rain's heavy, and then just a few feet away, there's no rain. So it's kind of how things are here. Springfield looking like you are just maybe seeing some light to moderate rain here at the moment. The main storm is south of you. We'll toss it back up here on our Storm Tracker Doppler. And no new development here. Even that little cell that was popping up there in Fayette County as it's moved into Effingham, not looking like anything too major there. So not seeing anything new here. The only new development would just be to watch this storm out here to the northwest, just outside the area. Just kind of see where it goes. Could potentially end up being an issue here for Cass in Menard County. But I believe this one was moving at 20 miles an hour. I'll double check that here. 20 miles an hour, yep, moving to the southeast. So I'm going to grab our little storm squall here, a nice little nifty tool. Just kind of grab where that storm is here right now and drag it out this direction. You can see it's got quite a bit of time here before it even crosses into the area. I mean, you're talking about maybe not till 5 o'clock there, well after 5 o'clock even, maybe 5:15, 5:25 by the time it crosses into Cass and Menard County there. So slow moving storm. Definitely want to be keeping an eye out for it though. If you are in Cass or Menard County, you want to watch it from afar there and see how well it holds together. And if it does, get yourself ready to weather the storm there a little bit. Looking like some decent hail still in that one. Maybe quarter size, maybe even a little bit bigger there. But winds look to be a little bit under that severe threshold. We're not seeing that 58 miles an hour, that 60 miles an hour there that you need to get severe storms just based on wind alone. But even without that, we're getting plenty of hail. We're getting in between Vanderbilt and Morrisonville there, on its way towards Vanderbilt there. So if you're in the Vanderbilt area, probably feeling some heavy rain at the moment. Get ready for some those chunks of ice to start dropping down on the roof there. Still talking about quarter-size hail that direction. Down from the tennis ball size stuff that we saw earlier. And it's a tough go of things right now in southern Sangamon County. I mean, man, just look at that buildup there in Loami. Just the dark pink there popping up onto our reflectivity image. And it's just rain on the same spot that's been the whole time and hail on the same spot that's been the whole time. Just really concerned for any kind of maybe farm property out kind of here in this direction, is these hailstones, even at quarter size, you get enough of them just stay dropping in on the same spot. It's gonna slowly whittle down there some structures, and we start to make some dents there and anything that might be out in that remote area. Kind of dodging the towns a little bit there with that hail threat, but definitely no shortage of hail within these storms here at all. So very slow moving storms here. So we are approaching the 5 o'clock hour, about 20 minutes away from that here on this Sunday. Stormy Sunday indeed for some of us. Others, it's just been a hot and muggy Sunday here. And those temperatures, I haven't been able to look. I'm going to go over here on my other computer here and look real quick just to see what some of our high temperatures were here for the day, because even if you weren't there in the storms, you probably felt how muggy it was outside. So I'm going to look at our current observed high temperatures for the day and just kind of see just kind of how soupy the atmosphere there was with these hot temps and the high humidity. Looking like we've only hit the upper 70s here in the central part of the area. Really, a lot of us just seeing those upper 70s for all the warmer that we got here. Kind of dodged the majority of the heat, but out to the west, Jacksonville, up to 89 degrees there was your high. So, yeah, it's a little bit soupy out that direction. The humidity, those 60 degree dew points, you usually don't feel something like this until springtime, or excuse me, until summertime. But here in the middle of spring, we're feeling the soup for sure. No better way to put it there than just feeling the soup. So we've got this storm now expanding down into, looks like it's crossed back over there a little bit into Montgomery County. So that is ahead of the storm. If you're in that polygon right now, you're not feeling anything yet, but you will there soon. Get ready. Ullman, Nokomis, Audubon, and Roundtree, Witt. This looks like this center of this hail core is kind of heading that direction. Just still talking about a quarter-size hail at the moment. Nothing bigger than that. But still, this is a slow-moving storm. We're still talking about 20 miles an hour there of movement. So this will slowly cross the area there, and you don't want to be caught. You don't want to be caught there where that pink is, because if you are just sitting there having quarter-size hail dump on top of your home there, on top of your cars, definitely going to be a little bit of some looking like there might be some dents there when it's all said and done. Just kind of some dropping in of some of those severe-sized hailstones just on the minimum threshold there, that quarter-size hail, enough to prompt there those severe thunderstorm warnings. But so far, it looks like we are effectively just watching the same storms that we have here the whole time. Really do just kind of feel for you guys there in southern Sangamon County. I mean, it just hasn't gone anywhere. I'm gonna put the loop on for almost considering putting it on for 2 hours here. I'm just gonna see what that looks like. We're gonna put on the loop for 2 hours, and yeah, I mean, you guys got that initial storm, and you guys are getting that second one that just kind of jumped on the backside of this and kind of split away from the main one. I mean, just look at Chatham there. You barely had a break in the rain there for about maybe 5 or 10 minutes. It's just been heavy, heavy, heavy rain there, nothing but red and pink. So that is definitely a spot of concern there for some rain piling up there in a hurry. And obviously, in between Chatham and Loami there, you saw maybe a little bit of hail there earlier with that first storm, but this second storm, man, you can see it there. There's heavy rain or some of that hail in there. It's packing a punch. It's making its presence felt there. So that's kind of been the source of the action here today. Obviously, other places have been feeling some of that impact, including down here, south of Taylorville there in southern Christian County. A place like Vanderbilt, obviously starting to feel it here as well. But just their first round of things down this direction. Sangamon County is kind of getting their second dose of stuff right now. And if you're just now joining us, we've got a few severe storms here into the area. At one point, this storm right here had a tornado warning on it. About 2 hours ago, it was only over here in southeastern Sangamon County, so just a very slow track here over the course of the last couple of hours. Those tornado warnings never produced anything. They had a little bit of rotation, but we never had any reports there of anything spotted on the ground or any sort of thing like that. So since then, things have just kind of stayed a little more on the windy and hail side of things, and it's really just been the same spot over and over again here. So I'm going to check out our comments here. I know our feed is kind of slowed down a little bit just because, I mean, we're not seeing anything new here. Those of you that are in that zone where you're feeling that heavy rain, that hail, it's very possible there that might be losing some signal there in your television, might not even have electricity there with the storm just concentrated overhead. So I want to make sure we're looking out for those people too. And anyone there, again, ahead of this storm as it moves ahead, Cotton Hill, Ball, Chatham, you've all felt it here for a while now, but got yourself another round moving on in here. And we'll see how these storms hold together. Moving here into the late afternoon hours, about to cross the 5 o'clock hour there, kind of the border between afternoon and evening time there. Of course, we've got our 5:30 news coming up here in just a bit. Going to dedicate probably a little bit of our coverage to just kind of tracking these storms, watching where things are going, but also looking into how things will play out here tonight. So we will keep an eye on things here, and we'll stay on the stream until we need to get ready for that 5:30 show here, but we have a good idea of what the forecast is here already. We've gotten that stuff taken care of, so really no need other than just kind of moving around some graphics for the show there. So we're going to keep things right here. Getting a few messages to come my way here. Just kind of give a couple of responses there. We're going to check our National Weather Service chat, see if they have any kind of reports that they've got fed to them. One of the employees there, Ed, says large hail continues to be the primary hazard we are expecting with any storms that develop with this portion of severe weather here today. And that's kind of it's kind of along the lines of what I'm thinking too. Heavy rain training on the same spot, and then large hail also training on the same spot is the stuff to watch for. It doesn't look like anything has bubbled up here in the last hour or so, anything new. And if it has, it's kind of sputtered off here just a little bit. Maybe a little something there on the northwest side of Springfield there. A little early action there in Menard County ahead of that storm we're watching there to the northwest. Maybe just a little bit of development there here in the last few minutes or so. Yep, kind of seeing there. A little bit of indication of that cell for about the last 20 minutes or so, but kind of building up a little bit south of Petersburg there. Kind of making a little bit of a northeast extent between Petersburg and Athens there. Possibly some heavy rain with that one. But that cell up here to the northwest, it's getting closer. That one's kind of knocking on the door there. So Cass and Menard County definitely keep our eyes peeled here as that one looks to cross into the viewing area here before too long. And again, kind of looking like you're going to get some nice heavy rain there with that one, and some of the pinks in there as well. Going to probably get that. This one's actually got 2-inch hail tagged to it, so this will be one to watch for sure here. That's some hail that can start to pack a punch, do a little bit of damage there once you cross that 2-inch territory. It's about the size of an egg, little less than tennis ball size there. So that'll be the big hail producer to watch here if that moves into the area here anytime soon. But still, plenty on our plate here. South of Springfield. I'm going to see what I can see there on the Springfield camera again. See if we can get any kind of neat structure there. What's going on south of town there. Spin things around here just a little bit. And nothing too different from what we saw earlier. Just kind of see the rain shaft there out to the area. We'll toss that up on here briefly. Get you a look at that. It's kind of how things are looking there south of Springfield. Springfield itself has kind of dodged the majority of the strong storm here so far, but you've had a pretty good view of it here at least. So keeping track of how that storm is developing or how it is not developing here, more or less, just because of the fact that it's not moving very far, not moving very fast. And you can just see there, south of Springfield, maybe a little bit of a storm popping up there west of town. Maybe that'll creep on in there and bring some heavier rain there for a little bit of time. Even seeing some of those indications there of possibly some hail as well. But all things looking pretty slow moving here right now, which gives those of us that are not in the storm some time to react a little bit, some time to prepare and get ready. But those inside the storms there just kind of begging for it to end there. Just want to stop having the rain pound on the ground there. Want to stop the puddling up and the hail, of course, from just continuing to pelt the same spots. So keeping track of everything here as we're about to hit the 5 o'clock hour. And about to, I'll check my timer here, but about to cross hour number 2 of our coverage here on the digital platforms. We've got Daryl asking anything for Vermilion County. Not here at the moment. I believe most of these individual storms, their development's going to kind of be concentrated west of I-57 here. So right now, no, nothing really to worry about out there in Vermilion County. Things looking fine. Now, everyone's kind of watching on standby for tonight's round of storms. I showed a future track there earlier. Can pull up again here in just a moment, but maybe a few more storms kind of clustering together here later on in the evening. We might see a few more start to pop up there. We might see a few more actually jump into the area from the northwest, so we'll watch that. But in general, we're seeing seeing a forecast where it looks like we're going to have some individual storms from the northwest kind of move on in, kind of have a little bit of congealing and a little bit more of kind of that upscale growth into a linear structure there, which would bring some stronger winds. Still see that hail threat, but not quite the tornado threat there that you would see with some of these more individualized storms. But it's been a busy last 24 hours here, to say the least, and next 24 hours could continue to stay that way. I mean, talking about a chance for storms here well into the morning hours. Like I said, we might cross into morning show territory there. Might get to the 5, 6, 7, 8 a.m. time frame in there and still see some of those storms. And we do still have a chance out there for some more tomorrow evening as well. So plenty of action here in the last 24 hours, plenty to go here in the next 24 as well. Although our threats look to stay about the same, no matter what kind of, no matter what time of day we're looking at here on either today or tomorrow. Wind and hail is going to be the two big things to account for and to monitor with any new storms coming through. Kathy asking is going to come through Rantoul. Right now, anywhere west of I-57 here is safe. So Champaign County, Vermilion County, Douglas, Ford, you're all looking fine here for now. Not looking like these storms aren't moving fast enough here. I'll put on the loop here over the last 3 hours. These storms aren't moving fast enough to really get there in any sort of time. Unless we get some new storms to kind of pop up and develop. It looks like things are in good shape here for the moment. We'll, of course, watch to see if anything does kind of bubble up and form here, but as of right now, haven't seen any indications of new storms forming here, at least within the last hour or so. So for now, you're good. Continue to watch things as we head towards the sunset hours, though, because I do think there's a little bit more activity to come later on tonight into the evening hours. So we'll see a few more storms pop up here and kind of just mesh together into one long cluster of storms here. And another overnight chance here for some storms. Had a lot of thunder and lightning wake us up there last night, and some hail pattering on the roof as well to give us a rude awakening. These storms were nice enough to hit us during the day, but now they're just not going here with any sort of pace at all. And this is crazy. This storm has not gone anywhere. I mean, this is a 3-hour loop here, and Chatham, like I said earlier, maybe a 5-minute break from the action, but goodness sake, I mean, it can't catch a break here at the moment. It looks like that's where the heaviest rain and even some of the hail is there at the moment. So continuing to just watch that storm just spin in the mud. Like a vehicle stuck there in muddy ground there, just kind of not going anywhere. We're going to pan to our southern storm here. And that one, man, talk about, we're starting to get some, I'm going to focus on this one for just a little bit. That is some high reflectivity there. We're probably seeing 2-inch plus hail there this direction. Still just tagged for quarter size hail, but man, that looks pretty hefty there on reflectivity. That kind of dark pink, maybe a little bit of a white on there. Geesh. So yeah, we're watching this. If you are in the area here, that Montgomery County area, get ready here. Kind of batten down the hatches, get ready for some heavy rain and some decent hail to start falling down there. Nokomis, Audubon, Winona, Witt. Looks like it's going to stay a little bit east of you there in Roundtree, but get ready for some stuff here. I mean, this looks like it's kind of found a little bit of second life to it there as far as just the hail production with it anyway. So that's one to watch in the moment, and we just had flash flood warning for Sangamon County. I was anticipating that one there for sure. It has not been a good go of things here this afternoon in southern Sangamon County, just south of Springfield and along I-55 there. I mean, it's been a lot of heavy rain and a lot of hail there that direction, and even starting to see, again, some more growth on the backside of this storm. I mean, New Berlin, Island Grove, starting to see a little bit extra there on the back end of that. And pretty soon here, Springfield itself might actually start to see some of these storms here. They've been dodging it from their south for the most part, but Farmingdale, Gardner, a little bit of some new growth here on the northwest side of things there. The airport looking like it could soon see some of that. Just look here the last 30 minutes or so to see Yep, just kind of a little bit of growth there, and it kind of looks like that one actually is kind of spinning in the mud. That one looks like it's almost got zero net movement from west to east. So we'll see how that one goes. That could all of a sudden now be a flash flood problem in its own right there around the Farmingdale area, kind of around 97 here, Gardner, just south of Salisbury. So that's really the big thing with the storm risk here right now. Obviously, strong winds can cause their own damage, but heavy rain sitting in one spot and large hail dumping over one spot. It's gonna make some noise. It's going to cause some really small scale localized issues, but those are going to be some real issues there for sure. So we'll touch one at a time here. Again, a little bit of concern here as this storm down here on its way out of Christian County and into Montgomery County there. That one looks like it's all of a sudden really getting some pretty impressive reflectivity values there. Whether that's intense rain, but reflectivity value that high, that's got to be some decent hail. Getting ready to rock things in Montgomery County. So definitely watching out there. And on to our next one here. We'll just kind of go storm by storm. The one that's kind of split off from the main storm earlier, that one we just looked at, that was the tornado warning storm at one point. This part kind of split off from that. And since then, kind of just staying in that same spot, not really seeing any kind of progress made there on it. So that is this one's got some width to it too. I mean, I talked about the warning polygon here earlier, just how elongated it is, and you notice this isn't really giving you any kind of like lead into where it's heading next. It's just covering the storm itself because that's where it's heading. It's heading right where it is at the moment. It's not going to really go anywhere. So I'm going to see how long that warning is still there. I remember that one. I believe that one came in at 4:30ish. This one is still in effect till 5:15. But yeah, this one I remember when it first popped up had an hour. It had an hour lifespan there on the warning, and that's just you don't see that too terribly often here with these severe thunderstorms because usually those drop in, move in with some decent pace, and they're in and out of an area there in a timely manner. But this one is making its home almost there in southern Sangamon County, just south of the I-55, I-72 exchange there, a little bit to the southwest. I'm going to move around our Springfield cam again because it looks like here in just a moment you're probably going to have that storm to your northwest come into view, even though it does not look like that one's moving hardly any. That one's, like I said earlier, that is definitely one that is not moving anywhere. So we'll look at things here to our northwest. Just going to kind of give our camera a little sweep here, see if there's anything else going on around the area. Here in the state capital, where things have looked stormy, haven't at least been stormy here in town, but that could soon change. Right now, still dodging the bulk of it. But we will continue to watch this camera, because this camera's had a great view of some of the action here today. And yeah, we've got our camera point out there to the west. You can see the Capitol building there in the distance. We'll pull up that camera here. And again, we're kind of watching this storm up here is the intent. We're going to look at that one. So let's take a look at our camera view. And just as we spoke, good thing we didn't turn the camera too soon. Severe thunderstorm warning now, keeping the back end of this into account for some of that larger hail and some of that heavier rain as well. You see the pink in there with that, looking like a quarter-size hail, still actually up to a ping pong ball size hail. So just a little bit over that quarter size there, getting just a little bit on the larger side of things. Ping pong ball size, just about 1.5 inches in diameter. So now a very large warning box there, just to kind of account for some more growth on the backside of these and to account just for that storm training there as we just continue to watch that one. So we're sitting back here watching some things here real quick. I'm going to go take care of something here on my computer, so I'm going to mute myself here for just a moment. Keep an eye there on the radar image. Okay, so we've got that stuff squared away here. Again, reminder, the 5:30 news set to go on there as planned. That'll be up here in the next 30 minutes. We'll probably have to stop the stream here in a little bit to kind of get stuff ready there for the show. But we'll still stay on here till about a quarter after and watch these storms here. And of course, you won't miss too much in between that 50-minute time span because again, these storms don't want to go anywhere. So where it's at right now, it's really we're going to continue to see some stuff. As promised, let's. I'm going to zoom in here real quick to a couple places. I mean, New Berlin. I mean, you're getting smoked there right now by some of that hail. It looks like Island Grove as well. Bates, just right along that I-72 west to east extent of it there. Even back into Alexander, seeing a bit of a smaller back end part of that storm. So we'll turn the camera real quick. Put that on there, looking west out towards the Capitol building there. And you just see a pretty artistic looking sky there. Just kind of see some sunshine in the background, but some of these storm clouds kind of interrupting there as well. We'll angle up just a little bit. See that rain shaft there in the distance. Some of that looks like it's a cloud there going all the way to the ground. That's just some of that rain, such heavy rain there that just kind of blocks any sort of view there. Almost looks like a cloud. And we've got another warning just popped up here. That was the one actually from earlier, so nothing new there. I am going to flip back to radar here real quick, though, because I do believe we just kind of moved around a warning box just a little bit. Okay, so okay. This is what we were talking about earlier there with that large hail. It's got that pink outline to it. That means it's become a bit more of a destructive storm here. We're going to drop a tag on that and see baseball size. Okay, baseball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is a pretty intense storm here. So out there earlier, like we said, Montgomery County in that region, that's where things are really starting to pick up. That's where you need to be seeking shelter here. No concern of a tornado here, but this is some damaging hail. This can cause some serious injury if you're out in it. So Nokomis, the Audubon area, definitely start to get to your shelter there right away as the storm starts to dive in that direction. But yeah, baseball size hail, nothing to mess around with there at all. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on this one for sure. As has been the case with these storms here, just the last 24 hours, even last night's storms, these just have some second life to them. They look like they are, this was the tornado warned storm earlier. At one point, looked like it could have produced a tornado, didn't, kind of started to wither away. And for the longest time, this looked like a weaker storm than the one up here to the northwest. And now all of a sudden, this one is pumping out bigger hail than it ever has there in its lifespan, that baseball-sized hail. So we're going to watch that. Keep an eye on things. We'll see. This one's moving at 20 miles an hour, so another slow mover here. We'll grab a little squall line again. Just kind of get the part of the highest reflectivity there and drag it this direction in the next, say, 20 minutes or so. So there's places in the path, Nokomis and the high school included there. In about really any minute now here, just a minute away. Colton, Oak Valley Church in there as well. Let's push this a little further south here. I didn't give myself a whole lot of room to drag that out here, so we'll do that again. Drag it a little further south here. But yeah, definitely be careful here in this storm. Drag it out for about 30 minutes worth of time there. So Nokomis, Shiloh Church, Colton, the town of Hurricane, the Woodside Church. So lots of churches here in the path of this one. But if you are out that direction, be careful. Definitely be careful. Don't be outside. Get inside. And again, it's not a tornado threat here at all. But it would be smart to prepare as if it is that kind of situation, just because it's the same kind of thing. You want to be inside, you want to be away from windows, you want to be away there from the siding of your house, the roof. You just don't want to take any chances here with some of that hail trying to punch its way on through. You want to be in the interior part of your house, and if you have that basement, that'd be a good place to ride out this large hail, as it's going to get noisy. And not too often do you see this reflectivity turn to white. That's when you know you've got some serious hail there. And right when I say that, we get it taken away on the newest radar scan there. But still, this purple is something to watch for. And like I said, that pink polygon outline, that's when you start to get a little bit more of a damaging storm there. Thus, why they differentiate it there from just a regular severe thunderstorm warning that is outlined there in the orange. That one there outlined in the pink. baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's another thing, too. This is well above the criteria for severe thunderstorm there, both as far as hail and wind go. So this is the big one right now. We'll look out here to the northwest and see how things are shaping up. Definitely watching this one here with some serious caution as well. You just see just kind of see more of a cellular structure there with that. A little bit of some back end action there on the southwestern side of that. Maybe another little bit of rotation here to worry about at some point. We'll keep our eyes peeled for that one. That one just outside of the area, but that could be the newest. Could be the newest development there to just kind of keep an eye on for that individualized storm there, being able to just kind of roam freely and possibly even rotate there if it wants to. But again, not a whole lot new up here. Springfield maybe starting to get a little more rainy there than what it's been before. Along I-72, New Berlin, feeling some of that heavy rain, some of that hail. Chatham, you've been no stranger to some hail and some heavy rain here. It looks like you're still getting some of that here. Glenarm, starting to get that hail threat as well. You're just outside the severe thunderstorm warning there, but and then right, as if I spoke it into existence there, we have got that one expanded out there to the east, now covering parts of, looks like it's just north of Montgomery County there, so still staying in Sangamon County and Christian County. So we'll watch that here as it going to have a second round here in Christian County. They've been dealing with that one storm there, now exiting to their south, but these storms kind of just building off of themselves here as you get new storms to generate off of them there. It's kind of the environment that we have. You know, some of these storms produce some of these strong outflows and kind of keep other storms there in business for as long as they are doing that. But yeah, really watching this one up here to the northwest. That one's looking pretty hefty here at the moment. That one kind of reminds me of the first one that we had to jump on air for there. That one's looking pretty impressive, just on the border there, getting close to Cass and Menard County. And I'll toss a velocity image on there real quick just to kind of see. You're starting to get some indications there, some strong winds. Maybe eventually going to see just a little bit of that rotation there potentially, but nothing confirmed, nothing reported there yet. So we will put that one on the back burner here for just a moment, but watch it there with some caution. Now officially into Montgomery County there. So we are dealing with that at the moment. Nokomis, Audubon, getting ready here for some big hail to drop on in. And again, that pink outline means this thing is packing a little bit more of a punch than your ordinary severe thunderstorm does. 70-mile-an-hour winds, up to baseball-sized hail. Also keep an eye on things here in our stream chat to see if anybody has any sort of questions or any kind of reports to feed on in so far. Right now, seeing, oh man, here's a big one. 2 miles east of Loami, Train Spotter reports 4 to 5 inches of flowing water over East Loami Road near West Walnut Street. So that's been what we've been talking about here, is just that rain piling up there over the same spots. We've been watching out there, of course, between Chatham and Loami. That finally looks like it's starting to exit. The rain is there, but gotta watch out there to your northwest to make sure that things are in check there. And all right, there's that storm starting to move on in. Maybe starting to get a little bit more of a kind of a line structure to it there out front. Just kind of that little gust front out in front of it. So we'll see how this one evolves. Again, I think this one could potentially be one to put a star next to as far as just what to watch here. A $half sized hail. Not seeing any strong winds here with that above 58 miles an hour there. But yeah, $half size hail. That's when you start to get a little more above that quarter size hail. It's about 1.25 inches in diameter. Quarter size hail is about 1 inch in diameter there. So we'll watch that. And again, I realize there's plenty of activity out here still, including that one pretty impressive storm in in southern Christian County and Montgomery County, but here in about 5 minutes, we will have to kind of close up shop here for just a little bit. I might keep the stream on and just let you watch the radar there, but definitely need to get some stuff ready here for the show coming up at 5:30. So we will continue to watch things here for the next 5 minutes. Then I might have to go a little quiet here as we put some of our material together there to make sure that we are good to go on air here at 5:30. So right now, the two there's no lower impact storm here at the moment. You've got three that are creating vastly different but almost equally impactful hazards here. It's that one in the south in Montgomery County. That one's got your big hail again, baseball size, 70-mile-an-hour winds as well. I think this one probably does take the crown there for just being the one that we're watching with the most caution here. It's a pretty damaging storm that direction. You want to make sure that you are in a safe place right now. Lowest part of your house, in the interior part as well. And just be careful there. There's some big hailstones. It's going to cause some damage. That might shatter some windows, kind of chip up the shingles on the roof, and definitely probably packing a punch there to some of those cars as well. So just watching that with caution. This thing up here, this mess in Sangamon County, it's just a big rain producer, big hail producer as well. Just had hail dropping over the same areas there over and over and over and over again. And we just had that report there, 2 miles east of Loami, in between there and Chatham, 4 to 5 inches of flowing water there over one of the country roads out that direction. So definitely something to watch there. And we've just got another warning expanded out to the east. Shelby County now jumping into the fray here as we see kind of the eastern side of that storm is what is accounted for in that warning. So you don't have that pink outline there. That would make it a little bit of a stronger, more damaging storm, but still golf ball size hail there. Winds somewhere under 60 miles an hour. They're just around 50 miles an hour. So now places in the path of this one, Oconee there, Cowden, Herrick. It looks like a low density population zone out here. I'm not seeing any kind of towns picked up in there, but some farm ground there for sure. So a few towns now in Shelby County. Got that warning attached to them there. And it'll be a little bit before that storm gets down there that direction as this continues to move 15 to 20 miles an hour. Actually up to 30 miles an hour here on this part of the storm. But be ready there, Cowden, Herrick, for the potential there for some strong winds and some large hail tossed into there as well. This is one that I had my eye on here for a bit. Now not looking quite so bad. Obviously you see plenty of maroon and red there, but less pink than before, which is good. Kind of less of a kind of rotational structure than what we saw before. But again, Sangamon County, that's where a lot of action's going on here right now, especially out there to the west. New Berlin, north of Alexander, north of Island Grove, just anywhere north of I-72 there along this part of the county is feeling some of that heavy rain, some of the biggest hail there as well. So with that being said here, I'm going to keep things zoomed out here for just a little bit. Since it's just me here in the studio at the moment, I do have to get things ready here for the 5:30 show to make sure we're good to go there. So I will keep the radar concentrated here on these storms that we're watching. I, of course, have notifications set to go off for me as well, so if something new happens, I'll be aware of it, and I'll move over here and kind of narrate you through it. But for now, I think I'm going to turn off my microphone for a little bit and get some of the show here ready to go. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Of course, I'll be spying on the chat here every now and then in case anyone has any questions or concerns. So we're going to go quiet here for just a little bit and get stuff put together for the 5:30 show, and I will hop back on here in the span of about 12 or 15 minutes and give you guys an update from there.
Several students I spoke with say while it's concerning to hear about violence in Campus Town, they aren't surprised when it happens on Green Street.
The most amount of alerts that I've seen happen in anywhere, in and around Green Street. If it's not exactly Green Street, it's possibly the street right next to Green, So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of something that all students know, that things happen around Green.
Police also found a second loaded handgun on the floor of the back seat. They learned it belonged to a 15-year-old suspect who was taken to a juvenile detention center. Police say the male student who was attacked received several non-life-threatening lacerations and was taken to the hospital. The female student was pushed to the ground during the attack. Marley?
All right, Scarlett, thank you. A 45-year-old Springfield man has died after his motorcycle collided with a vehicle. That happened on the intersection of West Lawrence Avenue and South Walnut Street yesterday. His name has not been released yet. It's under investigation. Well, the warm weather is bringing out big bikes, but before they hit the road, some of them are being blessed. WCIA3's Ariana Williams joins us. Ariana, tell us about today's blessing event.
Co-Sire Harley-Davidson held their 31st blessing of bikes in Forsyth. Over 1,000 people got their bikes blessed, and Christian Motorcycle Association members spoke safety over their lives for this riding season. Co-Sire hosts this event every year, and riders come from as far as Kentucky out to hear the words and enjoy the biking company. And for some, this is the only time they're around this many motorcycle enthusiasts.
We want everybody of any motorcycle type, even mopeds. If you want to be blessed on a moped, bring it on in. We're more than happy to do that. And if you can't make it to the blessing this year, you can call the dealership because somebody's an ordained minister on staff and we can actually bless you on site. So it's not a big deal. We'd love to have everybody come by.
They had music, t-shirt making area, and a food truck for people to enjoy while they waited. He says they already started planning for next year's event. Tonight at 10, you'll hear what keeps these riders coming back to be blessed. Marley?
All right, Ariana, thank you. Well, summer is just around the corner and one Urbana farmers market is open for the season. Plus, a jury found 4 associates of former House Speaker Mike Madigan guilty for bribing the politician. The current speaker's response.
Live from your local news leader, Marley Capper. Central Illinois' most accurate forecast with forecaster Seth Bohnhoff and Andy Olson on sports. You're watching WCIA3 News at 5:30.
A jury found 4 associates of former House Speaker Mike Madigan guilty of trying to bribe the politician. They were found guilty on all counts of corruption and bribery in Chicago this weekend. Federal prosecutors are using this as a stepping stone in the trial for Madigan. House Republicans are using it as an opportunity to call for major ethics reform as well.
This has been a sad week for the state of Illinois. The verdict really shows us that we need changes, we need ethics reforms, we need modification to the rules of which our government works. But I would say nothing has changed in Springfield.
After the comment came from the verdict, current House Speaker Emanuel Chris Welch sent out a statement saying that restoring trust in government was paramount. Coming up, Illinois baseball against Michigan this weekend. Brett will be in with those highlights. And an Urbana farmers market is back for the summer when you can go. But first, Seth joins us. Seth, there was quite the thunderstorm this past night. What was going on?
Yeah, there was a little complex of storms that moved through last night. Kind of was round one of what looks to be a couple more rounds here. We've got some more noise out there to the west right now, especially west of I-55 up and along down there where storms have kind of been there all day. We'll talk about where those storms are heading coming up here after the break, as well as the forecast after this.
Now, Central Illinois' most accurate forecast with forecaster Seth Bohnhoff.
Well, it's been a stormy go of things for several of us here so far this Sunday afternoon. Sangamon County has seen quite a bit of action really just on their doorstep for the last several hours now. Those storms just kind of not really wanting to go anywhere. You can see that camera there behind me on the sky cam, so you can just see kind of that ominous look out there, kind of some of the rain shafts that direction as well. There is plenty going on out that direction. We do have some active watches at the moment. There's that severe thunderstorm watch really dividing the west side there of I-57. That's where it looks like that watch remains here until 9 p.m. This is kind of our afternoon edition of these storms here. We do expect a bit of a nighttime edition. We'll talk about that here in just a moment, though. Let's keep an eye on things here right now. We'll kind of steer around things here on radar and just look at some of our active warnings. Down here in northern Christian County, had a pretty big hail producer earlier, had a history of their producing baseball-sized hail. That has since calmed down here just a bit. Got another one here in western Christian County as well as eastern, looks like Sangamon County there, just kind of dumping again some rain and possibly some hail that direction. The one thing I'm watching here right now is just this cluster of storms up here in the northwest, kind of the Cass, Menard, and Sangamon County area here. This one is new. This one has just kind of entered the area. Just you can see things just kind of look like a mess there. Some large hail, quarter size, maybe 60-mile-an-hour gusts, and some heavy rain. But the one thing I do want to mention here, just outside of the Springfield area, just down here along I-72. A little bit south of there too, places like Chatham, Loami, they have had rain dumping on them here for a while now. Just put this thing here in a 3-hour loop, and you can just see these storms just training over the same spot. You've got heavy rain piling up there. You've got hail dropping in that area as well, over an inch in diameter. And of course, you can have flash flooding there result from that, but you can also have just that hail pelting the same kind of areas there, causing sorts of damage in the area. And we also had a picture come in from the Chatham area there. I'll pull that up. Jacob's got this on his Twitter, but yeah, look at the size of that hail there. We're talking about possibly around tennis ball size there. That was in Chatham. That was from Kathy Yaman there. So good look there at some of the hail that we've seen. We're going to move on and look at some things here tonight. We're going to Of course, keep things going here for our forecast tonight. Temperatures are just straight up muggy here. You can see things close to the 80s and 90s out there to the west. Things definitely looking a little bit messy. Now, I want to talk about, we have storms active right now, but we're going to kind of transition to a nighttime set of storms there with a severe potential again here tonight. There's your Storm Prediction Center outlook. The western half there again, kind of west of I-57 is where you look to see your best storm chances. Here's a look at Future Track. This one's doing a decent job of keeping those cells right where they actually are here in real time right now. As you can see, going throughout the night, we're going to kind of congeal these storms together for more of a linear structure, and that will increase our chance of seeing some strong winds. And notice the time frame here. I mean, we're talking about storms still from now all the way to 7 in the morning, so definitely something to keep an eye on here for the next several hours. Threats with this are going to continue to be the large hail. Again, we've seen tennis ball to baseball size hail there at times. Strong winds as well, gusts upwards of 60 miles an hour. Still not a 0% chance there for some tornadoes, but not looking quite as likely there once we start to move into that more linear structure. And do want to touch up on this real quick. We do have a severe weather chance again tomorrow evening as well. You see that slight risk down there around I-70. We'll give you a quick glimpse into what that looks like. Models haven't been as keen to showing those severe chances anymore, but it'll be concentrated right down there around I-70, possibly chance for another little small cluster of storms down that direction. We're going to break your 7-day forecast here and just kind of take a quick look at things. You can see storm chances will continue there into the day, possibly tomorrow, but well into the morning there. As you can see, finally starting to get a break from the monotony of things here by the time we get on to Tuesday. Finally clearing up there with some nice temperatures, and hopefully we can put these storm chances to bed here without too much of a scratch. But right now, plenty of big hail and plenty of heavy rain out there.
Big hail, and you guys were up so late last night.
So,
I know the viewers appreciate the coverage.
Yeah,
you know, that's
might be another similar night here tonight again as well.
all right, Seth. Thank you so much. More than 90 vendors arrived for yesterday's opening of the Urbana Market at the Square. The community gathered for food, music, and fresh plants. One vendor we talked to says she's been a part of the farmers market for more than a decade, and she says the community is very supportive of local businesses. It's a chance to catch up with familiar vendors and discover other ones she hasn't seen yet.
I have a couple favorite flower farmers. One's coming later in the season. They're still waiting on some things to grow, so it'll be great to catch up with them. There's a bakery that is our absolute favorite, and she should be back, I think, maybe next week. I'm not sure on her schedule, but I'll have to check.
If you missed yesterday's farmers market, no worries. The Urbana one is held every Saturday till the end of October. All right, your national headlines are coming up next.
The news continues here on WCIA 3, your local news leader.
Looking at some national news, an SUV slammed into a crowd, killing 7 people and hurting 10 others in Texas. Police say a group was waiting at a bus stop outside a migrants shelter when they were all hit. The shelter's director says security camera caught the whole thing. He says a Range Rover ran the light that was about 100 feet away. Witnesses detained the driver as he was trying to run away and held him there until police were able to show up. Also in Texas, police have identified the man who killed 8 people at a Texas outlet mall and hurt several others. Officials say he was staying at a nearby hotel. They searched that room and a home connected to him. They found multiple weapons, and he was fatally shot by a police officer who was near the mall when the shooting happened. And former A's, Giants, and Royals pitcher Vida Blue passed away at the age of 73. Blue won 3 titles with the A's in the 70s and is a member of the team's Hall of Fame. Well, I know it's a sad day for baseball fans, but he definitely left a legacy for other players to follow.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We have some baseball news coming up here as Illinois goes for a sweep over Michigan State. Plus, we're talking about one of the country's best prep prospects right here in our area. More on Parker Detmers next.
From the official television station of Illini Sports, this is WCIA3 Sports and your Illini Nation.
The pressure is off to make the Big Ten tournament to start the day for Illinois softball. The Illini are hosting the event for the first time in program history this week and are locked into the 12th and final spot to enter the day, thanks to Purdue losing yesterday. Illinois looking for some life, though, heading into that tournament, trying to avoid a sweep by Maryland and the 5th straight loss overall in a jam in the first. Sydney Sickles gets the orange and blue out of the inning with a strikeout to keep it scoreless. 7 Ks on the day for the senior. But the Terps strike in the top of the second off the bat of Trinity Schlotterbeck, who sends a shot to right center, the solo home run. Sammy Woods lines an RBI double down the line and left to follow it up, all part of a 3-run frame for Maryland. Illinois gets out of it thanks to some defense. Sidney Mallett with a great throw to second. Tag is down, runner is out. Illinois falls, though, 6-1 the final. They finish the regular season 28-26. Meanwhile, Illinois baseball goes for a sweep over Michigan State. Spartans threatening, but TJ Concertina gets the Illini out of the inning with the strikeout. The reliever factors into the decision thanks to the Illini long ball. 4-3 game in the 6th when Camden Janik sends a high fly to left. No one in the neighborhood. Long gone, a no-doubter. Part of a 6 home run day for the orange and blue. Ryan Moorman follows it up. The hero on Friday night with a walk-off sends another ball to the wall, 6-3 at that point. Illinois adds 4 more late. They win at 10-3 the final. They get back to 500 on the season at 22-22. Parker Detmers is writing his own story. His family is full of baseball players. His dad made it to AAA. Parker's brother Reed, currently in the big leagues as a pitcher for the Angels. And as WCIA3's Andy Olson shows us, the younger Detmers has big plans to follow suit.
Parker Detmers hasn't been perfect in his senior year at Glenwood. But the top 150 MLB draft prospect has discovered he doesn't need to be.
I was just pressing way too much. I was just going out there I have to be perfect.
Overcoming a shaky start to the season, Detmers has found his rhythm, helping lead the Titans to first place in the Central State 8. Being one of the most coveted high school arms in the country comes with its pros and cons, though.
It's been kind of hectic a little bit. It's really fun, though.
But having watched his older brother Reed go through this process 7 years ago is a comforting feeling for the righty.
I definitely go by his mistakes. He hasn't really had many. He made it to the big leagues in half a year, but just going off, seeing what he did and trying to just build off of it.
And seeing Reed there, that's what he wants to do, and he thinks that he can do it, and the sky's the limit for him.
With Reed now in the majors with the Los Angeles Angels and his other brother Drew playing at Millikan, Parker can make it 3 Detmers brothers pitching in college with his commitment to Louisville, the same place that Reed played in college.
It's pretty much my second home now. I mean, I've been going there since I was like 5th grade.
Equipped with a fastball that reaches 94 miles per hour and a curveball that buckles the opposition's knees, Major League teams are eyeing Parker for a high draft pick this summer, setting up a big decision whether to go to school or jump right into professional baseball.
I've been through it myself, playing the minor league level. It's just seeing if he's mature enough, mentally to make it through that.
I don't really worry about it until June. I just always dreamed of being in the big leagues. I mean, I'm just putting 100% effort into making the big leagues. I mean, that's my goal, so I'm going to put everything into it.
Until then, Detmers is focused on leading the Titans back to state to avenge their second-place finish a season ago. Reporting in Chatham, Andy Olson, WCIA 3 Sports.
Chris Detmers, you saw there, drafted by the Cardinals in 1993. The Redbirds look to avoid losing their 9th straight game and getting swept by the Tigers in the process. And Paul Goldschmidt almost single-handedly takes care of it. The first inning homer to the grass, just the start of a memorable day for the Cardinals slugger. He does it again in the third, this time sending a ball to right center. It's a 3-0 game. And after the Tigers score 6 straight, St. Louis answers with 7 straight, including this 2-run homer from who else? Goldschmidt. This one to left, homers to left, center, and right. This one in the 8th puts it out of reach for Detroit. The third 3-homer game of his career leads to a 12-6 double-up win for St. Louis. Cubs go for a sweep of the fish at Wrigley. Let's go straight to the bottom of the 10th. Nico Horner coming through in the clutch. A single to score Matt Mervis. We are heading to the 11th, tied at 3. Fast forward after 2 scoreless frames, it's Ian Happ's turn to come through. He sends a ball to center as well, knotted up at 4. In baseball, you see some crazy stuff. Marlins threatening in the 14th, and this is how the game is decided. A balk. Adbert Alzolay called for it. Chicago can't get the tying run across in the bottom half. 5 for the final and 14, the longest game for the Cubs since 2019, and a tough way to lose it. White Sox and Reds wrapping up a weekend series in Cincy. This one's still going now in the 8th. It is 17-4. Defense optional for the Reds in that one.
All right, we'll be right back.
We'll continue to watch storms on our digital platforms. Until then, though, we'll see you again at 10. Alrighty, folks, we're going to get things set up back here on our live stream just a moment. Just bear with me here for a sec while I get things rearranged. We'll get back to covering those storms. Again, thank you if you stuck around there during the 5:30 newscast and kind of saw the weather there in between parts of the show. We'll get things switched around here, get us back onto our Max computer here and see those storms as they kind of look to have faltered off here just a little bit so far into the nights. There we go. Got things back up there on camera. So we will continue to talk about what's going on here. Just that one severe warned storm, and I guess I got the overlay on there. So let's scrap that here and get our actual, there we go. So back in business here with the live stream. And as I say that, our final severe warned storm has now disappeared. The warning box there now gone. So no active warnings here in the area, but that didn't come without a little bit of damage first. We had some pretty big, literally defined as damaging hail come through the area here. Talking baseball size there at points in time. We saw quite a bit of activity there for quite some time. Since then, though, things finally subsiding, and I say finally because some of us have been just getting pelted here by some rain and hail for the last several hours, in particular around here in the southern Sangamon County area. You remember me talking earlier there, just between Chatham and Loami there. Just so much rain and a lot of hail as well. A report there from our friends at the National Weather Service said that spotters saw 4 to 5 inches of water there on one of the roads just outside of Loami there. So a lot of activity going down that direction. But it looks like things are finally starting to let up here just a little bit. And we will we'll continue to watch things here. But like I said, at the moment, nothing severe warned anymore. We'll kind of watch and see what these storms up here, especially from the northwest, will do, because that one definitely looks like it could be a little bit more of a little bit more supportive of some stronger storm-like environments there. We'll keep watching on that. If things subside here a little bit, we may take a break here from the stream, but until we see indications that things are really slowing down here, we'll probably keep things going for just a little bit. So day 2 of what feels to be several days in a row of severe weather chances, and that's exactly what it is, just several days in a row of seeing those chances for some storms. And right now it looks like the worst of the day that we've seen so far is behind us for the moment. And that is kind of where things sit here. So we'll continue to watch things here. I'll get a few things moved around so we can look at some pictures that have been sent in here. I'm going to effectively kind of be hopping over onto Jacob's Twitter. He always gets lots of good viewer photos sent his direction, so we're going to kind of spy on his account here and just see some of the reports that have come on in. So we'll get that loaded up here, and we'll take a gander into what's going on with storm reports and things that we've seen here. Let me find a good image here of hail that we've seen. So I'll show that one that we saw earlier, what a viewer submitted here to us. We'll get that image pulled up here. on screen. There we go. So you can see, Jacob said there, 2-inch hail in Auburn this afternoon. Jennifer sent that in. It's a pretty decent sized hail. I know Auburn was the spot that we were kind of watching there for a little while, as far as our, as far as a little bit of almost rotation, some activity there as that storm looked to rotate just a little bit near Auburn. That was kind of the concern for a while. Thankfully, nothing amounted out of that as far as those tornado chances, but obviously had quite a bit of hail to drop into that area. So 2-inch hail in the Auburn area there, and we will scroll on to the next one here. I believe there was one in Chatham earlier too. Yeah, there we go. We'll get this one up here. The Chatham area seeing some big time hail, and they saw that hail really stall over the area for quite a bit of time. I mean, you're talking about tennis ball size, getting close to almost baseball size there. So that was sent in from Kathy in Chatham earlier today. Again, pretty hefty looking hail there, and the storm associated with that has just not been much of a fast mover at all. So not only were you seeing hail that big, period, you were seeing hail that big for hours almost. You were at least seeing it there in the vicinity, maybe not constantly raining down there, but the hot spot that I've seen has been from Chatham out west, kind of along I-72 there, kind of just been a little band in between Chatham all the way over to, we'll kind of say out here in western Morgan County there, and then bounded there by I-72, just, Bates, New Berlin, Curran there, Chatham, Loami. They've just been getting hit by wave after wave of rain, even some hail there. Got a little buzz from the chat here, and that would be another warning now down there in Montgomery County, where things have been pretty active here so far too, but not this part of Montgomery County just yet. So we are seeing our only severe thunderstorm warning here at the moment. That is down there in Montgomery County. This one is in effect here. It looks like this one's moving a little quicker. This one's in effect until 6:45, moving east still pretty slowly at just around 25 miles an hour. So we'll keep an eye on this one here since it's our active storm. Grisham, we're probably seeing some good quarter-size hail in there. East Fork as well. Fillmore, get ready there as that storm looks to pass on through, and Hillsborough as well. Get ready. It looks like things are about to get pretty rainy, and might start to see some of those chunks of ice there in the sky. We will grab our tool here and see some other towns there further down the line in that storm. We'll set it there at 25 miles an hour. Just kind of grab the front of the storm here, take it on down for about the next hour. We'll see about the next hour or so, see where this ends up. We will move that around here, get a little better review of that. So East Fork there, looking like things are moving right over the top right now. Fillmore within the next 20 minutes. Keep an eye for some heavy rain and some large hail there, quarter size and up. Bingham around 6:30. Ramsey as well, the school included there, 6:45. All the way to Carson by the time we cross the 7 o'clock hour. So that's the storm we're watching here at the moment, kind of on the lower end of that severe criteria there with those 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail, but obviously enough to make its impact felt and enough to cause a little bit of some damage. We had some storms there on the lower end of the impact scale last night, and they even had a report of a tree get knocked down on top of a vehicle in Danville. So it doesn't, that wasn't even a severe thunderstorm either. So that didn't even have the 60-mile-an-hour winds. So definitely stuff to still consider here, even if some of these storms aren't severe warned. A big thing to be keeping track of here is just the situation in central and southern Sangamon County. Again, there was a flash flood warning out there just because of all the rain dumping over the same spot there over and over and over and over again. We had a report of 4 to 5 inches of water flowing over a road east of Loami there. So plenty of activity, plenty of just constant activity there. Not a whole lot of movement, but plenty of activity there, certainly, to say the least. As I mentioned, one thing I'm keeping an eye on here is this little band of storms, kind of this little cluster up here in the northwest starting to enter both Cass and Menard counties there. Just kind of looks like wave after wave there. If you're kind of in an unfortunate lining here, you might grab one storm after the other there. Kind of feel different waves of heavy rain there, possibly some hail. Got a few folks asking about, I'm sure everyone's here curious about chances as we move throughout the night here. Right now, currently, most of our risk stays west of I-57. It really stays that way here through much of the night. I'll pull back up our severe thunderstorm watch And you can see for yourself there, those are the areas of particular interest for some of the stronger storms that might hit severe status here. As we go throughout the evening now, we just crossed the 6 o'clock hour not that long ago. And as you can see, west of I-57 there, looking like things are a little bit more favorable there for some of the stronger storms to keep going. But looking like east of there and along I-57, things are a little bit on the safer side of things, at least with this afternoon round of storms that's been going on since about 3 o'clock. We've been at this for about 3 hours now. So continuing to keep an eye there on how things will progress. But these storms are moving too slow right now to pose too much of a imminent threat to anyone east or along I-57 there. Even, places like Piatt, Moultrie, Macon County, DeWitt. I mean, you're far enough away here at the moment to where this is not anything that's of urgency. There's plenty of time before these storms move that direction. But of course, keep an eye on things, and haven't seen a whole lot of more pop-up storms other than these down here to the south. Kind of just got some echoes over there to the right between Effingham and Fayette County, but a couple of these have blown up into a severe thunderstorm caliber storm there. There's that warning one more time for Montgomery into parts of Fayette County there as well. So watching that as our only severe thunderstorm warning, but we also want to keep an eye on things up to the northwest there, a little bit upstate on the Illinois-Iowa border, as those storms have been pretty impressive. Those have been some to behold here throughout parts of the day. You can see a pretty impressive looking reflectivity signature there, that pink, probably some pretty good size hail, upwards of quarter size, maybe even looking closer to 2 inches in diameter there up that direction, and even 70-mile-an-hour winds as well. So definitely a situation to watch out for up that direction, but of course out of our area here, nothing of our concern just yet. But that's kind of the direction we're going to be watching for storms to move here, and do have one tornado warned storm way northwest of us here. Nothing imminent. Again, if you're just now dropping in, you see this tornado warning box there. This is outside of our area there, close there to the river, Roseville area, Point Pleasant. So nothing for us to worry about here at the moment. And just looking across the area, that one severe storm down there in the south, and just a few ordinary storms here that are kind of trying to build up some strength, but they're a little bit contested here right now. There's just some general breakup and not a whole lot of uniformity here. Storms not really getting big enough individually to do much, and storms not really clustering all together that well either. Except again for this little bow of storms there, you can kind of see forming and moving on into the area. That'll be something to watch. Maybe some strong winds when that one moves on in. We're keeping an eye on things here to see if we're going to potentially see any kind of expansion of the severe risk with possible watches here as we move later into the night. I'll show you the future track here in just a moment of what's coming here throughout the night. But first, I'm going to hop over to our Weather Service chat and see. They've got a discussion there from the Storm Prediction Center that just generally talks about the likelihood of watches being issued for a certain area, or just a general discussion of what kind of storms are going on right now. So this is just a summary talking about the hail in the area. Also talking about possible development here as we move on later into the night. Just kind of skimming through this here. So yeah, we'll watch. We'll keep an eye on things for the as we get closer and closer to that 9 p.m. expiration there on our severe thunderstorm watch. Potential maybe to expand that at some point, or to let it last a little longer. Just kind of depends on how this whole setup kind of comes together. So we'll flip things over to Future Track. We will show the statewide view here. And again, this one not doing too bad of a job there of replicating some of those storms. Maybe more of a cellular structure there northwest of the area when it's actually just a cluster there. But we'll take this one. We'll take a look at it here. As you can see, going throughout the night, kind of just general build-up of some of those storms. Kind of not really seeing much of a. I'll put myself up here on the screen for just a moment so that way I can point around. But not seeing much of a. Not much of a change west to east as far as where these storms are at. You're really still seeing them kind of concentrated out there. According to this model, of course, this one thinks that things are going to kind of stay concentrated kind of along I-55 there, kind of staying west of I-57. As we drag this forward here a little more, start to see a little bit more of a storm formation there. And that does start to get a little bit more of an eastward extent up there into the northeast parts of the area. But again, this is no secret code here, this model. This is just one depiction of it, but I think this one's been doing a pretty good job of following our storm chances so far, and it's doing a pretty good job of depicting what we think is going to happen here tonight as well. Just a general conglomeration here, just a formation of a giant storm complex as opposed to just individual storms there out on their own. You just see that line expanding across the area here, location kind of moving back and forth between the northeast and the southwest there. So seeing a little bit of deviation there from the path that was potentially showing earlier. But again, a lot of us in the path of that one, if that is how things shape up. And you can see things being pretty early there in the morning. We're going to go full screen here for just a moment. Okay, we're back on there. So yeah, that's what you're looking at for your storm chances here at the moment. Just that line moving in overnight, and the threat with that is just simply going to be the strong winds, hail. I mean, these storms have been really producing some hail here today, so that's something to definitely watch for with this round here, even the overnight hours. Tornado chances drop when you start to get a little more linear of a structure. These storms just can't rotate quite as well when they're more linear in structure there. But as far as timing goes, I mean, last night, if you watched the stream, we were on from about like midnight to like 5 a.m., something like that. And, well, kind of looking like deja vu here as we cross the 5 a.m. hour. And this could last well into the morning. I'm thinking this is going to be about 8 a.m. before this whole thing really effectively clears on out and we start to lower our severe risk just a little bit there. So looking a little over 12 hours here still of tracking this thing. Of course, we'll have Adam coming in here when his shift is rolling on over. When we get to the overnight hours here tonight, Sunday night into Monday morning, we'll kind of transition things off to him. It'll probably be me and him there for a little bit, but ultimately we'll hand it off to him for his morning show duties there at some point. So back to our radar image here. We'll go back to full screen and continue to watch and see what these storms are up to. Montgomery County, one more time there. That severe thunderstorm warning. East Fork, definitely starting to feel it now, possibly with some of that larger hail. Fillmore in the path of that there, maybe the next 15 minutes or so. Hillsborough probably taking some hailstones at the moment as well. And one thing to watch here with all these storms is just kind of the stuff developing on the back end of them. We've had a lot of storms kind of generate in and around other storms. So while it kind of looks like you're paying attention to one main one, there's another one kind of behind it that just sneaks up on you, and you want to keep an eye on it there and not let it escape your view. I do want to mention these storms that aren't warned, you're still probably seeing some pretty good hail here with this. I mean, west of Taylorville there, Zenobia, you had storms pass through earlier. Kincaid kind of dodged the splitting cells earlier, looking like you're dodging another one here just to your south. But that pink, that's about quarter-size hail and up. I mean, that's usually what the colors you see when you get hail that size. So still just be aware. Obviously, there's no severe thunderstorm warning on this, so that would suggest that maybe it's still under that threshold there of quarter size, but definitely still seeing some decent hail there knocking on the door of severe limits. Chatham, you guys can't catch a break. Really, Chatham and Loami there have been at the center of pretty much any storm that rolls on through. It's just been that direction is where things continue to really peak in activity. And northwest here, kind of the thing I'm watching here with the closest focus. Those storms kind of starting to dissipate there as far as the kind of like that linear structure. We've got a new warning dropped in, and wouldn't you know it, we were just talking about that one there. Quarter-size hail, looks like that one has been given the green light for the severe thunderstorm warning. We're talking about ping pong ball size hail. So yep, definitely seeing some of those darker purples in there, which would suggest hail sizes starting to approach even higher sizes there. So ping pong ball size, about 1.25 inches there. So just a little bit above quarter size, which is 1 inch in diameter. So looking at this one, storm is moving slowly at 20 miles an hour there, mainly east, a little bit of a southward bend to it. This one in effect until 7:15. So, and again, I said this earlier, you don't see a whole lot of severe thunderstorm warnings that make it over an hour long in their warning heads up time, but these storms are moving so slow that they have to issue these here for quite some time. That's assuming this storm holds together and keeps its current conditions the way it still is. We will look at our little storm squall here, just kind of grab the edge of this storm here, just kind of drag it out mainly east, but with a little bit of a southward extent to it there. We'll get this for about the next hour or so. And we'll look at some of the towns and buildings there in the path of that. So Palmer, that one's knocking on your door there. Get ready for that. Definitely be indoors, away from those windows. As ping pong ball size hail, that is going to make a little bit of an impact there. The Lakeshore Golf Club, there within the next 15 minutes or so. Millersville, closer to 7 o'clock. Pana, you've got about an hour until that gets your direction there, but keep an eye on that. We've got a new warning here, or at least a expansion of territory of one down here. Yep, that same storm. Okay, this one's starting to look a little beefier here, so we'll keep our eyes on this one down in Montgomery County. Now also starting to bleed into parts of Fayette still. That looks like it's in Christian County, or at least on the southern end there. Hard to tell with the, I believe that's just the kind of the southern end there of Christian County, as well as parts of Montgomery as well. So we're watching this one. Pretty decent looking size storm. We will take a peek into there, and again, you're seeing some of those purples. So probably, oops, that is the wrong thing there. We'll get rid of that. We're probably seeing upwards of quarter-size hail. We'll drop a pin in there. Golf ball size hail. So yep, seeing just a little bit there above that quarter limit. That golf ball size hail, that is when things start to get closer to 2 inches. So yeah, be careful with this one. If you were in the path of this storm, now starting to move on up to the north there, into parts, knocking on Shelby County's door there. So we'll watch this one here, as it's kind of got a little bit of an odd movement to it, kind of trailing northeast there. Let's drop our squall onto that one as well, and we will we'll track and see who is in the path of this one, moving at 25 miles an hour there out of the northeast. Grab the front of the storm, take it forward. So about the next 45 minutes or so, we'll do that way. So a Coffeen right there within about 2 minutes. Chapman there in the span of about 10 or 12 minutes. Also seeing Bingham there, 6:45, about 25 minutes away. Ramsey closer to 7 o'clock. So if you are on that list, get ready. There's the estimated time of arrival. Just hunker down there and be ready for some, again, golf ball size hail, close to 2 inches there. So starting to get to that point where things are getting a little bit more damaging, a little more higher end than just with those ordinary thunderstorms. So a pair of warnings to watch here for right now, kind of actually 2 in one spot there. 2 storms that we're watching, 3 warnings altogether here. And it kind of looks like, well, maybe these could be on a collision course here at some point. We'll kind of watch and see how things play out there. But that'll be interesting to note, to see how those track out over time. Taking a zoom out here. Keep an eye on this up here to the northwest. I'm still seeing some decent signatures in there, some of that pink. So maybe we'll get one of these to join the severe warnings here before too long. Hopefully not, but looking like it could definitely go that way. And a little bit of a nice looking storm there just southeast of Vandalia, so watching out in that part of the area as well. Not severe warnings, so not seeing the super strong gusts or the same hail sizes we'd see with some of the others, but definitely feeling the impact there. And we'll see. I'm going to play around with a few cameras here for a moment. I don't know if the Effingham one is going to be able to really see what's going on out there to the west very much, but we can always look and see. Same with the Decatur cam there. We'll see if we can get any sort of good looks there into these storms as they continue to push slowly to the east there. So we are moving around our cameras there. So let's see, Effingham, grab that camera. I'll keep the radar up in the meantime there, so that way we're not spinning around the camera while on screen here. So we'll have to look off to our west, which I believe we already are on here, and you can kind of see some darker clouds, but nothing too crazy there, nothing jumping off the page. So let's grab our Decatur cam and now look a little bit to our southwest. So we're looking east here right now. Let's see if we can point this around. Oh yeah, there you're seeing something there. We'll pull this up here real quick. So let's grab our Skycam image there. Got the Springfield one up there still. Let's flip that over to Well, pretty nice looking storms there still to the west of Springfield. We'll flip over to Decatur's camera, and you can kind of see here as it pulls up the shelf cloud there, that rolling on in, just kind of the front there of some of those storms as they push out this direction. So a nice little look there. You can kind of see it getting a little closer and closer to the camera there. So kind of a neat thing to see. So we are watching out there from the Decatur cam and from the Effingham cam at storms that are a couple counties away from those towns. Nothing to worry about there in Decatur or Effingham at the moment. But things certainly looking like they're firing up here, especially with this storm in Montgomery County and in Fayette. Kind of starting to get a little more of a little bit more of a southward extent there to that storm, kind of backing up and moving it forward there. You can kind of see development there on the southern end of that storm. Also there for just briefly a moment. Let's see if I can get that again. Yeah, see right there, some of that white. That is some pretty big hail. That's what we saw earlier when we saw those baseball-sized hail reports. So I'm going to look at our chat here, our National Weather Service chat, and see if they've gotten any reports sent into them. We'll also be looking at any reports coming in here to our accounts as well. But that looks like there's some pretty good hail down that direction. And that has been what's been the main concern here today, the most damaging aspect of today's storms. So looking here, southeast Morrisonville, they're in Christian County. Train spotter reports of tennis ball-sized hail. That was back at 5 o'clock. So that's not with these storms anymore, but that's what we were seeing earlier there, that one that reached the status of a kind of a damaging storm there. So tennis ball size hail, 2.5 inches there, and near baseball size hail, 3 miles northwest of McComas as well. So again, that was over an hour and 15 minutes ago. So nothing new as far as hail sizes go. However, rainfall rates around 4 inches an hour out here in Christian County. We just saw another severe thunderstorm warning pop up there. This one covering parts of Macoupin and Montgomery counties as well. But just to note that storm moving south of Taylorville has quite a bit of rain tied up into it. And these rain rates are really piling up here. And we'll put these storms in motion here real quick. In general, these storms have kind of been really slow. So we'll see if that's still the case. It's been a little bit of time. Maybe some of these have picked up some new life, but I think about 20 to 25 miles an hour is about all the faster these are moving. So it's just an hour loop here. And you can see, yeah, they're not moving all that fast. They are moving with a little more pace than what they were here earlier, certainly. But Christian County, we'll watch that one. Kind of maybe a little bit of a flood threat there. That one moves a little slower. It really does look like, though, we're kind of about to congeal this set of storms here. So we've got 4 different warnings out, but we may kind of crash all these storms into each other and kind of look like we're seeing just one main one there here in a little bit. And Megan's saying she's never seen it hail 4 times in one day. This just, out this direction, it has just been a wave after wave after wave. And there is one spot out there, I'm sure, and I'm thinking it's the Chatham area, that has seen so much hail today. They've seen about 2, 3, maybe even 4 storms producing severe sized hail. And that's wild there. That's just a ton of bad luck is all that is there. And even right now, that storm moving there in southern Sangamon County, even that one's probably producing hail close to a quarter of an inch, or excuse me, up to a quarter size there, up to an inch in diameter. So we're going to pause our storms here, put it back in real time. And yeah, down here to the south, that has our attention. Is this Montgomery County storm, definitely looking like that one is the strongest one we've got here at the moment. That one's got a nice little north-south extent to it, and we got just a little bit of an east-west portion to it, kind of branching out there from the main core of the storm, and kind of just moving around those warning boxes there. It looks like, unless wasn't really looking too closely. I think they got rid of one here on the back side, but they're just moving these warnings around as they see fit here at the moment. You can kind of see this little complex of storms kind of looking like they might kind of get near each other or kind of crash into each other. So we'll watch that. Hopefully we can see something in our Effingham camp here at some point. It'd be really nice to have a camera out there like in Shelbyville here for something like this, but we work with what we can get here. And looking at our storms up there to the northwest, again, something to keep an eye out for here, especially that one there on the west side, right around Astoria right now, looking like there's some good hail in that. So it wouldn't be shocked if we saw some warnings pop up there north of Cass and Menard County at some point. But we'll deal with that there when those come. For now, our attention stays down here, and keep an eye on that one riding up the I-70 corridor as well, just southeast of Vandalia, riding up there, the interstate, on its way towards Effingham County there. You can see if we put these in motion, kind of a lot of eastward movement here with these. Not a lot of north-south movers so far here today. Just been a lot of pure west to east. That's a little bit unusual, but that's been the reality of things here today. Is watching those storms kind of unidirectionally moving from west to east, and as we've gone throughout the day, a lot of these storms have kind of lost their luster once they've passed through just kind of this general border here right now. Once they get through Christian County, once they get through Fayette, and even into starting to get into Shelby, it's kind of where these storms have been spinning out and kind of dying off there. So we'll see if that trend continues. A little bit more of a environment favorable for some storms out here at the west. Obviously, that's why you're seeing them forming out here. And watching things up there, oh wow, that is a big severe thunderstorm warning box. That's about as big as I've seen one before. We had a couple like that here this morning, but yeah, these are things we're watching as well. Obviously outside of the area, not impacting us here at the moment, but we got to watch those storms because those are heading this direction. You can see just that gigantic warning boxes there. That means anywhere along those storms there, they're just encompassing it, because anywhere along that line is going to feel some of those severe weather impacts. Just curious there. Again, I know it's outside the area, but seeing what they are getting there. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Looks like for both sides of the storms there. Oh, actually 70-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball-size hail with that box just south of Davenport there. So we'll watch that. That's a long ways away here. Nothing imminently threatening us here. And of course, watching that tornado-warned storm north of Macomb City there, south of Roseville. But again, out of the area, out of sight, out of mind here at the moment. So again, watching this little party of storms here as they kind of move closer and closer together, kind of looking like knocking on the door of Shelby County here sometime soon. And with these, still seeing maybe ping pong ball size hail in a few spots there, especially with that part in northeastern Montgomery County there. Trevor says more nickel-sized hail in Chatham here at the moment. Yep, just continuing to add to your hail collection there if you live in Chatham. It's been that way here for a long time here today, and obviously nickel-sized a little bit under the severe status there, but you're still having that pile up out there in the yard, and it's almost becoming a rinse and repeat kind of thing there in southern Sangamon County with all these instances of hail there with some of these storms. I'm going to kind of continue to look around and see what's going on, particularly with the storms up there into the northwest of the area. Just kind of watching input there to see what the Weather Service thinks of a couple of these popping up here out to the northwest. Again, that tornado warned storm outside of the area here, but something to keep an eye out for. As we go into the nighttime hours, we're going to slowly see storms turn a little more linear in nature, but until then, you can kind of see that they're pretty individual here right now, and that's allowing them to maybe pack a little bit more of a punch, kind of especially more of a punch of hail there. But in general, as we go throughout the night, you saw on Future Track earlier, these should start to kind of cluster up. Maybe not necessarily be linear, even though that looks like where they're ultimately heading. They kind of just cluster up into a bigger storm complex where heavy rain is going to be something to watch. Saw plenty of thunder and lightning there last night with that set of storms. So keeping tabs on things down here east of I-55. There's severe thunderstorm warnings, slow moving storms here, just about 25 miles an hour there with a lot of these. Checking in where places can expect it soon. Fillmore, feeling it right now. Hurricane, also knocking on the door there. Ramsey, Hanson, get ready there within the next 15 to 25 minutes or so. Mulberry Grove, feeling a little bit of a storm there on the southern end of that. And this is an area to keep an eye on for. This is kind of a setup we've seen a lot here today. Not necessarily anything concerning with the storm structure there. Obviously, there is obviously some hail mixed in there, but it's the heavy rain. You can see just see west to east. That's how this storm is oriented there. And that's how we've seen a lot of flash floods start here today. It's just these storms that have heavy rain at the front and are wider than they are tall. And that just means rain continuing to feed on in from behind, even as the storm advances there. So this is something to watch for down there in Montgomery County. And heading out there into, I believe it's parts of, looking like parts of Christian County there and Fayette as well. So again, kind of watching that area where you see the storms oriented west to east. I'll just put a 30-minute loop on there for just a moment. And you can see for yourself those storms again. If you are kind of in the, in this general direction here, just kind of that area, you see this rain on its way there to that same area, and you're already feeling plenty of that heavy rain. So something to watch, something to monitor. We have several places there with water starting to really pile up there and really start to get a little bit dangerous in some spots with plenty of rain falling, unfortunately, in the same places. We've been going through a dry spell here, especially out west. But too much rain when it's dry is that's not good news, just because things don't really want to absorb there if they aren't slowly eased into it there. So that's something to watch. Flooding becoming an issue here tonight, along with the big-time hail threat. I haven't really heard much about a wind damage with any of these storms, so still thinking that is going to be more of a later tonight thing with those kind of cluster or the complex. There's the word I was looking for. The complex of storms. That'll be kind of when things start to get probably a little windier. But for now, a lot of hail. That's the big thing here, and plenty of heavy rain now knocking on the Fayette County line. Van Burentsburg, definitely feeling some of that rain. Fillmore, Jimtown, there getting some rain. Sharon, Ramsey. So again, kind of a noisy mess here with these storms. Not a lot of organization to them. But we're watching them. Plenty of hail in there, over a quarter inch, over a quarter in diameter there, over an inch. $50 size here with this one in northwestern Montgomery County. So again, that's where things are starting to get a little bit, getting close to that damaging range there. When you start to climb the ladder upwards of 1 inch, it's about an inch and a quarter there. One out there towards Nokomis. Seeing quarter size hail south of there. We are also seeing hail the size of quarters. And it looks like we have another storm up here. I believe that one, yeah, that one's been warned here for a while. I thought that was up there in Sangamon County at first. That's just over there in Christian County, so nothing new up that direction. So watching things unfold down here in the southern part of the area, while also keeping an eye up there to the northwest as another round of good-looking storms are about to move on through here within the next couple hours here. So go ahead and go back there and look up the northwest portion of the area. Again, kind of watching that little storm there north of Beardstown, north of Cass County. Looks like there is some good hail involved in that. Put a little motion to it. I believe these are also moving a little bit east, but maybe a little bit south as well. Oh, just looking like purely south there. So looking like that one's actually going to not be so much of a problem down with southern extent if this just keeps moving there to the east. But certainly feeling something there in Menard County. That little storm there over Tallulah. You are feeling probably a pretty strong storm there at the moment, even if it's not at that severe status. Okay, so here's something new. We've got now got a flood watch in effect for a few counties up in the northeast, as I'm sure we're anticipating some heavy rain here tonight, and also seeing a little bit of action up there just northeast of the area. Seeing a few, excuse me, we clicked on our wrong one there. Let's go back. There we go. Put these in motion here and just kind of see over the last hour where those are heading. Those also look like they've got some eastward extent to them. Man, oh wow, those fired up in a hurry. I mean, let me shrink that down to 30 minutes. Yeah, man, in the last 30 minutes from 0 to 100, about as quick as you can possibly go there. So some noise, probably northeast of Iroquois County. And that's what we're kind of sitting here watching. That's kind of the stuff that we don't want to happen. We don't want to go from, things looking nice and innocent here to just boom, storm popping up there in a hurry. So that's why there's people that are asking particular locations there, what you might see. Things are looking fine along and east of I-57 there, so just east here of the interstate and along it there. So Ford, Champaign, Douglas, Coles, Cumberland, down that line there. Things are looking good there and off to the east. Not too concerned about anything there at the moment. Attention stays west, though. That's where these storms have been firing up. And you can just see, even non-severe storms, just little individual storms popping up here and there. So some really localized threats here with some of these storms. Finally looking like that Chatham storm is on its way out there now into Beamington, Edinburgh, out that direction. Springfield's had a lot of noise pass by from the south there. I bet a lot of people in the south end of town have really been kind of been witnessing quite a bit of. We got some good cloud watchers there in town. They've probably been enjoying a show here today, as those have moved on through. Here's your storm complex, and lots of pink in there. Lots of indications of hail between an inch, maybe up to no more than 2 inches here in a few places, but kind of staying under that 2-inch threshold here. Is the belief at the moment. We'll move things up here northwest, just kind of watching how things are playing out up there. Again, kind of crossing the river now into Illinois territory, and it's about as funky looking of a line of severe thunderstorm warning boxes as you'll ever see. They're just kind of tossing them out there saying it's going to storm ahead of this thing, no matter where you're at in it. There's a severe thunderstorm, so much less localized stuff there and more just kind of a widespread look. And that could be the kind of thing we see here tonight, just this kind of widespread chance for some severe weather, kind of just widespread strong winds, maybe seeing a hail kind of in uniformity down the line. So that might be kind of a little precursor of what we'll see here tonight, is what you're seeing up there just northwest of the area. Ourselves a pretty nice looking cell over there to the northwest as well, that tornado warned one. That one's got some decent structure to it, again, outside of the area, but something to watch is obviously the environment is still able to produce those here at the moment. So that one has not dropped one here. It looks like it is just capable of producing one. So just something to note off there to the northwest. Looking back here at home, a lot of us haven't seen a whole lot today. A lot of us from probably DeWitt, Macon, and Shelby County eastward, you probably haven't seen a whole lot here today. Shelby County's definitely had some noise in the western part, but a lot of us, like I said, counties bordering I-57 to the west, and then everyone off to the east of those, kind of been a quiet day here, and that's not such a bad thing. But we'll continue to see storm chances throughout the evening hours here tonight, and as we cross over into our Sunday nights and well into our Monday morning as well. Just want to bring up a couple things here while we're watching these storms. A few reminders. As far as hazards go, this is what we're looking at. Again, hail has been the big thing here today. Winds, haven't seen really any kind of individual wind damage reports, but certainly seen some strong winds there, 60 plus miles an hour here with some of the storms. The flood risk, I'm thinking about moving that one up. I think that one's starting to get to that point there where we're almost at that medium risk too. We've had a lot of places drop those flash flood warnings due to just rain kind of training in on itself there. There's been lots of heavy rain here with those, so that is something to keep an eye on for. Tornado risk overall remains low. We had some warnings earlier here during the day, close to around 2 or 3 o'clock. Those did not end up producing anything, just had some rotation signatures on them. But we'll watch. Again, that tornado warning northwest of us kind of has us continuing to just keep an eye on things, even though the risk looks overall low. You definitely don't want to rule it out there if there's obviously still something producing or capable of producing a tornado out there not too far from here. Overall, though, just got about a I'll pop that graphic up here real quick, actually, just to be a little more of an illustration. For your tornado risk, it's not looking high. Again, this isn't meant to make you completely drop your guard and think no tornadoes happening tonight. Obviously, 2 out of 10 risk there, still a chance of that happening. But the best chance is northwest. A lot of us just kind of have that 1 out of 10. So I'm not seeing too much to worry about there, but enough to keep an eye on for and to pay attention to the weather. And of course, stick around here on our live stream. The hail risk is definitely there. You can see, again, I-57 seems to be a pretty good divide of who's seeing what here. That hail has really been rocking there west of there. Of course, as we go throughout the night, to the east of I-57, maybe going to see some, but maybe not quite as high of a risk there. And here's your wind risk as well, almost encompassing the same area. So those are kind of the hazards we're looking at here tonight. And you notice that damaging wind risk just northwest of us in the Illinois-Iowa border there. That's when things could get a little crazy, maybe upwards of 70-mile-an-hour gusts there as well. So that's a little bit out of the area, but again, not magic lines there with those contours between orange and yellow. We could see some of that down this direction too, on the west side of the area, but not looking like it's quite as big of a chance as it is up there. And like we said, these storms are at 70-mile-an-hour gusts here right now, so they are making some noise. Check back in here with our storms here, which again continue to be a little bit of a mess here, kind of just general disorganization. It looks like our storm south of Taylorville is, like we said, kind of on a collision course here. We'll see how that evolves in time. But Vanderville, Morrisonville getting round 2 there, maybe even at least round 2. I guess I haven't been keeping in mind quite as much some of these other places as I have Chatham and Loami there as far as hail goes. But I know Morrisonville's been hit by a little bit of hail so far here today already. I believe I just saw this warning box either pop up or move around here a little bit. Looks like we've got a bit of a storm there on the west side of things that might be prompting a new severe thunderstorm warning, or at least opening up the zone there for that. So Shaw's Point, Zanesville, Pittman, Raymond out that direction, watching for some hail upwards of a quarter in size, an inch in diameter. And we'll see again. Let me pop back up my cameras here in the background and monitor, see if we can see anything interesting on the Effingham or the Decatur cam. And storms are kind of off to the west there from that direction. Well, we can pull this one up here. This one's not a bad look. We'll go to look in Effingham here, looking a bit to the. Let's see here. This one is looking off to the just straight west, I believe. Look at that one popped up here, and I'll move it around if I need to. So let's drop that one up here. Yeah, I believe this is actually looking a little bit southwest. I recognize that gas station sign there. Of course, I'm from the Effingham area. I'm gonna move that one around a little bit because I don't exactly recognize, but I know this is at least a little bit west here. Look at the ground here real quick. My orientation. Yeah, we're looking a bit off here to the west. So out that direction, you can kind of see the storms out there in the distance. You can kind of see, I'll move it back there, kind of the right side of your screen, the contrast between the orange sky with the sun trying to peek in the background, and then just the rain falling there in front of it, blocking out that sunshine. So that's the look off to the west, as we have plenty of storms still in Montgomery, Christian, and Fayette counties here. And a lot of pink here with these, just a lot of different pockets of pink too. It's not like we've got one big area. Seeing the hail only drop there, we're seeing, I mean, counting from left to right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7 different pockets in there. So a lot of ice falling from the sky there. So something to be mindful of if you are in these areas. Don't be outside here in this. Hail can certainly injure you past a certain point. Once you get upwards of an inch in diameter, things get a little bit damaging there. Anything upwards of that really start to risk your safety just a little bit there. So be careful. Don't do anything too rash out there. Just stay safe. Stay indoors here. And it looks like the eastern side of the storm not warned anymore there in Fayette County, but still a pretty nice looking storm there that's going to pass through Vandalia here before too long, a little bit to the northwest. And there we go. And we do have a severe warned storm just outside of the area there. So this one is obviously capable of some pretty good hail there. This one's moving a bit east, though. It's not really got a southward extent to it. So looking like Cass and most of Menard's going to be fine. Maybe going to scrape that top part of Menard there. But this could potentially be something to watch for in Logan County. But these storms are they're moving so slow that it's hard to tell what they're going to look like an hour and a half from now, which might be as long as it takes for it to to get all the way out there to Logan County. But within this storm, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, moving east at 20 miles an hour. So just to hammer home the point there, a nice tool to have here, this little squall that extends the storm out, lets you look at when you can expect it. Let's just take this all the way out there to Logan County. See, an hour, 45 minutes. Again, that's just gonna take a long time for it to get there. So nothing urgent there with that. But Lynchburg on your doorstep right now. Bath within about 10 minutes. He'll be getting some of that heavy rain and hail there. Havana at about 7:15, so about a half hour there. Kilbourne 7:30. Same with Oakford as well. So a lot of that not in the area here, just kind of north of our coverage area. But when it's knocking on the door like that, something to pay attention to. That might very well leak into Menard County here. Wouldn't be too surprised if it did that here at some point. But watching that, keep an eye on our tornado warned storm up there now between Bushnell and Union. North of Industry, around Macomb as well. Seeing that what we've seen quite a bit here this afternoon, just a long west to east oriented storm that could dump a lot of rain there over these same areas. And man, just kind of look at that circle of pink, just hail as far as the eye can see. If we drop in here in Roundtree, you're kind of surrounded by hail on all sides there. Kind of a scary look there when you think about it. But again, quarter-size hail in this part of the area, probably actually getting upwards of that. Probably talking about $50, maybe starting to knock on the door of golf ball size hail, based on some of those colors. But yeah, quarter size at least. That's why we've got those warning boxes on them. Keep an eye here on our chat as well as our inbox. Any kind of pictures that you guys have to send of anything you've seen or anything you want to share here, we will definitely relay that here to get as much information out as possible and just share what we know with everybody else here. It's been a pretty hail-filled day here. That's pretty much been the biggest impact that we've seen is just a lot of hail. Sometimes pretty good size. Again, quarter size has been pretty common. We've had as big as baseball at times, but finding its way somewhere there in that threshold in between. So continuing to keep an eye on our storms out here. See if I'm probably getting a little too far away from Decatur to see much here. As these storms move east, we'll continue to consult our Effingham camera there, just kind of get a in the sky view of what's to come and on the ground view of what some of these storms feel like. Too far away from some of our sky cams here at the moment to get anything eventful going on there. Got Bill asking, any of this going to reach Champaign and Danville? So at the moment, no, none of this stuff looks like it's going to, nothing looks like it's going to get out there anytime soon. The stuff we're watching is just moving too slow. It's just not going to be able to get out there. It may at some point when the storm kind of congeals, but you're talking hours down the line. So within the next few hours, you guys are good in Champaign and Vermilion County. Just one thing to watch. We'll keep an eye here on the northeast. We saw this earlier, just this line of storms kind of blow up within just about a 30-minute time scale. And those are the dangerous ones, just the ones that kind of just pop up out of nowhere there when you're looking at some other stuff and all of a sudden, bam, another line pops up there. So I don't think the probability of that is as high with eastward extent. Motto of the day has been I-57 along and east of it. Looks like you're fine here for the afternoon threat anyway. Nighttime threat could be a different story. We'll monitor that. Again, lots of noise out here to the west. Kind of knocking on the door of Cass and Menard County to the north, potentially on its way there towards Logan and very well down the line McLean counties at some point. We're watching our cluster of storms down here. We'll put this in motion You kind of see that that Christian County storm on a collision course there. Looks like things are going to pretty well crash into each other and mesh into one once they kind of start to meet there at the triple point between Montgomery, Christian, and Shelby counties there. So kind of watching that little zone there for where some storms could kind of run into each other there and congeal a little bit. Make them a little easier to track there, being combined into one, but obviously you're fusing two storms together. It could be a little hectic there at first. So in particular, Audubon around that area, Oconee around there. Kind of just this general area where you can maybe see those storms collide here in just a little bit. So things may get a little interesting down there as those could mesh together into more of an organized single structure storm that's got a lot of different lot of different shapes to it here. Again, nothing organized about this. You can just see it's pretty noisy looking complex of storms. But at the moment you can tell they're definitely separated from each other. But in just a moment that could very well change. But like I've been saying all day, don't underestimate these little storms. Right there next to Kincaid at the moment, around Edinburgh, Sharpsburg. Another one there. Oh man, another one on its way to Auburn and Divernon. This has been a place that just simply cannot catch a break today. Chatham and Loami, looks like this one will dodge you a little bit to the south, but man, like I said, certain towns have just had all the bad luck here today. We'll put this in motion here. Yep, just recently those storms firing up, so actually that, as crazy as it looks, that one might be tailing a little bit north. That one might be heading towards Chatham here in a little bit, so crazy enough, we might be going into our fourth or fifth storm capable of producing hail here in Chatham, so just something to watch. You definitely see it starting to move northwest there. So Irwins Park, Loami, Chatham, you ready again here. Another chance for some hail. Again, not severe, warned at the moment, but we'll watch it. It's got some hail in there for sure. And you just, like I said, you guys can just not catch a break. South Sangamon County is the one place that has just been hit over and over and over and over again here today. Maybe another little cell northwest of Springfield there, south of Petersburg, Salisbury direction there, near Athens. So that's what we're seeing here at the moment. Still waiting for these storms to kind of collide together here pretty soon. Looks like this southern one there with that west to east extent is going to pretty much swallow that one up there to the north. They'll probably congeal together. But like I've been saying, these storms that are oriented east to west are the ones where you need to watch here for some flash flooding, because put it in motion, you see same areas possibly getting some of the rain there. This one's got a little bit of northward extent, so that could save some of the flash flood risk there for sure. But I'm keeping an eye north of Nokomis. I think this general area is when those storms collide, they could kind of slow their trajectories just a little bit there. And you might see some rain stalling there for a little bit, some hail dropping down there. In Rosamond area, south of Vanderville, in Ullman. So watching those storms as they kind of congeal together, and really interested here in this one heading towards Chatham. I mean, that pink and purple, I mean, it's popping up there, and again, putting this one in a little bit of motion. It looks like it could be heading that way. Maybe going to dodge a little bit to the south, the biggest tail there, but goodness sake, yeah, round 4 or round 5. I've lost count at this point. Of course, you guys living out that direction probably know exactly what the count's at here right now and are tired of hearing all that hail pounding off the roof. But be prepared just in case that moves on through there again, capable of producing a little more hail. Vandalia getting a pretty healthy looking shower here. And plenty of heavy rain on the west side of this storm. Up and down 51 here. Looks like you're going to see quite a bit of rain in the next few minutes as well. Went up to Oconee. Between there and Audubon, getting a little bit of a white signature in there. Maybe some hail, a bit bigger than the rest of the storm there. maybe close to maybe just a very, very, very tiny isolated pocket there of close to 2-inch hail. Overall, though, golf ball size hail there with that one in Nokomis. So, yeah, that's stuff to definitely monitor. That golf ball size stuff. That's when you're knocking on the door of 2 inches. So, potential little bit of damage there with these storms. Looking in the Raymond area as well, Roundtree. Watching these little indications of some hail. Golf ball size in this direction as well. So that is the story here at the moment. And finally starting to see that Christian County storm now starting to join forces here with this southern one, which has turned into quite the complex of storms here. I mean, this is pretty wide. Got a lot of real estate here invested in this one with parts of Christian County all the way well down south of the area here, kind of caught up there in this little mess. Okay, so we just got an expansion of our severe thunderstorm watch. This one taking us up a little more to the north. As that line. I mean, there's no escaping a severe thunderstorm warning from that line up there to the north right now. That north part of the state, no matter where you are at, that line is going to bring some of those strong winds and some pretty decent hail. There's still we'll let them put out some of those watches. They're continuing to add county by county here, so we'll give them a minute and then we'll check in there on our watch boxes. But all of a sudden, looks like north part of the area, maybe north of I-74, going to start to join that severe weather. That severe thunderstorm watch here after a while. So we'll let those populate here for just a moment. Got our own cluster of storms down to the south, plenty between here and the next cluster up there in the northwest part of the area, including another storm knocking on the door there, probably passed over Loami there. Yep, starting to clip it with some heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail. And Chatham, here we go again. Auburn already seen plenty of action here today. Another round in there. So let's check in on our alerts, our severe thunderstorm watch. Yep. So kind of got that C shape now to the watch to account for that line of storms moving on in. Wouldn't be too shocked based on how this line progresses. That line up to the north. Wouldn't be shocked to see the rest of the board kind of start to fill in here. And we have got another severe thunderstorm warning. I see it say for Sangamon County. I've got a feeling, yep, we've got another one here. That is the, that's the Chatham one. So Chatham, buckle up. Here we go again. This one with some northeastward direction to it. One of the first storms that we've seen today with that direction of motion. Again, this little corridor of I-55 south of Springfield, they've been feeling it. They've just been getting hit over and over again. So with that warning in place, let's look at our Springfield camera. I'm going to get turned around here. We'll have to look off to our southwest to see the action there. And yeah, we've got ourselves a pretty impressive looking series of pretty impressive arrangement of clouds here. Let's take a look. Let's see for yourself here. Got the Effingham cam up there. Let's swap that out for Springfield. And yeah, you kind of see a little bit of that kind of shelf cloud moving on in, kind of moving on through there. We look a little bit off directly to the west, though. I mean, look at that. You got some real texture there to those clouds. Definitely a little bit of turbulence up there in those. Just looking straight up there. I mean, yep, there's some dark skies up above. Things are going to get a little bit hectic here before too long with that severe storm moving in. You see the purple and orange as the sunlight tries to battle the rain there, making for a neat little display of some colors there. But Springfield, we've been really dodging the storms today for the most part. From what I've seen, it looks like everything's gone south. But now all of a sudden, looking like one could be heading your way here in just a little bit. So the coverage of these storms is really starting to pick up here. We've kind of got ourselves a line of steady, at least strong storms, really kind of in the I-55 region all the way to just west of the area here. And it's good to see that tornado warned storm out there near Macomb City has no longer has that tag, that tornado warning on it. So it's good to see here. But I don't know, we've got a mess to deal with here in our own right, with several storms popping up and several storms popping up in places that are just downright sick of it here by now. So Chatham getting ready there for that storm to move on through. Naomi also had to pass through. And there's kind of what we've been seeing off and on today. Some of that white reflectivity there. Some of that bigger size hail. It's got golf ball size tagged to it right now, but that white is where we started to see close to baseball size stuff earlier. So, man, Chatham has single-handedly become the hail capital of the state here just in the last 12 hours. I mean, it really isn't fair how much they've been getting hit here. Of course, some of these surrounding towns probably feeling the same way there. I've just noticed that Chatham for sure has been included there in that, but I'm sure a lot of you kind of suburban areas there in the Springfield area are pretty sick of it yourselves here at this point too. But that is the way things are here with these storms. When you get a severe storm, expect some of that bigger hail there, upwards of 1 inch in diameter, and for much of the day, even up to 2 inches in diameter, and we've even occasionally seen it break that mold as well. So we're watching everything down here, and it looks like we just lost one warning here in this little cluster of storms, even though I'm still seeing some pretty good hail indications there. So even though there's no warning, be on alert here in Christian County still, southeastern Christian County, for some pretty decent hail. And obviously some heavy rain. But Springfield next in line here. This storm may be moving a little quicker. Obviously looking at that wide of a warning box there, looks like things are still a little slower in nature. 35 miles an hour though, that's actually a little bit closer to what we would expect here with some of these storms. A lot of them have just been kind of crawling today, 20 to even 15 miles an hour. Let's grab this here real quick. That storm just around Chatham here at the moment. Move it to the northeast. We'll give it about a 45-minute window of time there. So here's what you're seeing. Here's where that is heading. Chatham, be ready right now. Be in your safe spot there. Some of that larger hail getting ready to drop in. So be inside and make sure you are staying away from windows. Curran as well, 7:10. Springfield looking into about 15 minutes there when that enters town. We're going to have that up there on camera as that passes through town. We'll watch that moving on here. And Clear Lake, St. John's Sanitarium there, Riverton, and Williams still looking about over 30 minutes away from that heading your direction. But a lot of noise out here. A lot of noise, and by that I mean just a lot of just individual storms that are off on their own. I mean, you got this whole cluster out here, this whole mess in Fayette, in Montgomery, Christian, Shelby counties, but you even have some of these individual storms out here, like in Macoupin County, a few out here in Morgan as well, parts of Sangamon County there. Obviously, those looking a little more structured, but yeah, there's just a lot. There's a lot going on. You could be seeing some of these local storms there. If you just live in a little bitty town there and you just have cell like this near White City and Gillespie there. Again, it doesn't look like much on radar, hard to see when you zoom out, but you're feeling the activity there from that. And this is what we're watching up here to the north. This line of storms looking like it's slowly heading this direction. We'll put that in motion here. We'll put that in a 2-hour loop. And man, yeah, that line of storms south of Chicago, that got fired up here pretty quickly. So we'll keep an eye on that. Kind of looks like it's stationary as far as its north-south movement. Maybe still moving a little bit east-west there. Excuse me, west to east. But yeah, watching that. That's got quite a bit of time before it gets here, but something to watch for. That's the next wave that we're watching here. Well, Chatham, you're probably feeling it here right now. Again, now starting to hit some of the suburbs there in and around Springfield, approaching that I-72, I-55 exchange. Been a busy day for that part of the interstate there. A lot of storms passing over there, so a lot of folks unfortunately having to drive in a bit of a hailstorm there at times, voluntarily, whether they meant to or not. We're going to look now at our Springfield cam once more and kind of watch as things roll on in. See pretty impressive dark clouds as we are looking a bit west here. We'll see if we can angle things just a little bit more to the south. And yeah, pretty much the same look here all around. So I'll pop this up here in one of my monitors in the background. I'll watch it as it rolls on in. And once we start to witness that roll on through, we'll probably take things to that camera, because that's kind of what we did last night. We watched storms get close to some of our cams, and when they rolled on in, we just kind of watched them. That way we could get a inside the storm view of what it was looking like and kind of give a scattering report there into just what things look like. Of course, we have reports coming in left and right here of hail sizes and whatnot, wind strength. So trained spotter reporting golf ball sized hail around Broadus and Mansion Road in Chatham about 3 minutes ago. So more golf ball sized hail for Chatham. Add it to the collection. It's been crazy. It's been crazy in Sangamon County here with the amount of the amount of hail that they've gotten. I mean, seriously, just stacking up out there in the yard, I'm sure, with some of those hail sizes. Of course, had close to 2 inches there, 2 to 3 inches on that picture we showed that Kathy in Chatham sent us earlier that we looked at on Jacob's Twitter there. So a lot of strong storms, only a couple of severe storms here now. And we got one, you kind of see here that storm cluster has officially collided here, kind of in that general area we're thinking there, kind of the triple point with Christian and Montgomery and Shelby counties there. So a place like Pana, definitely seeing a lot of activity down to your south. Out to the west, plenty more to come to. Morrisonville, yet again, getting some pretty impressive signatures heading your way. While we watch and see this storm approach into Springfield, let's just get a look here again at what the rest of tonight holds. We'll get a quick look. Your Storm Prediction Center outlook, I've overshot it there just a little bit. That is tomorrow. This is today, seeing that slight risk, mainly west of I-57. That's going to continue on into the night tonight. Notice that that enhanced risk kind of bleeding into the state here just a little bit, so watching for activity that direction. As far as our biggest threats, continues to be, as you can guess, large hail, strong winds, and keep seeing the flooding chances there too. These storms moving from west to east, and they're longer than they are tall, so that is just dumping rain there over the same places. So that's bringing threats up a little more. Tornado risk remains overall low. We don't have any tornadic storms out there at the moment, but that could always change. We'll continue to monitor that. So now, without further ado, let's get a look at Future Track, and yeah, it's got all that noise out there here right now, and it's doing a good job. We'll flip cameras here, put it on me. It's doing a good job of capturing that line of storms that just fired up here recently in the upstate area. So we'll drag this one along here and watch where things go. And again, this model really keeping things stalled out there north of the area. So we're going to watch that in between some of our northern counties and the Chicagoland area, as that line of storms kind of stalling. We expect some more activity to continue out here to the west, where it's been where it has been at most of the day here today. Kind of also looking at some chats here at the moment. But as we go throughout the night, again, just kind of general noise. Maybe a few individual storms popping in there, but there's your big line. There's your big line of storms marching on in around sunrise. I mean, 6 o'clock in the morning, knocking on the door out there to the northwest. So it could be nature's alarm clock there as that rolls on in from the northwest. All the thunder and, of course, some hail in there as well, and some strong, potentially loud wind as well. Jennifer says Western Illinois University / Macomb area getting quarter-size hail right now. It's about what we expected. But just answering some questions for people talking about the Champaign-Urbana area. I'll back this up here and we'll look at that again here real quick. In the immediate future, there's not too much going on there in this direction. You just kind of maybe see a few showers. I mean, maybe one storm pops in there into the picture at some point, but we're looking 9 or 10 o'clock before things start to fire up out that direction. Even then, it might not be until that cluster of storms starts to move in a little later on into the night. And Champaign right here in this region. Move ahead. It doesn't look like big-time widespread chances happen until well into the overnight hours. So these storms we're watching here at the moment, they're kind of bounded west of I-57. That's about all the, again, there's just not a whole lot of activity going out that way along and east of I-57 there. So, yeah, out that direction, Champaign, Arcola, Tuscola, Gibson City, Danville, Paris. Not seeing a whole lot here right now. Don't really anticipate too much going on until at least here into the next couple hours there at night. Holly talking about that tree that fell in the yard the other night. 2 houses damaged and the car is totaled. Wow, that is a very unlucky situation there for the tree to fall right on top of the car. That happened last night there in Danville with a non-severe storm. Blew over a tree and it landed on a car from one of Holly's neighbors there. So yeah, definitely was a windy set of storms there last night. And today's just got a lot of large hail. Again, the wind hasn't been insignificant today, but hail's been the story. No more severe thunderstorm warning in Sangamon County. Looks like that one's kind of lost its structure just a little bit, not quite as dense there on the reflectivity. We'll look back at Springfield here. We'll toss the cam there, and yeah, you got yourself a nice little look. We'll take that full screen as line of storms getting ready to approach, and you see the rain moving on the screen there, popping up on the camera. We're looking to the southwest here in the state capitol. You see the Capitol building down there in the lower right corner of your screen. You see the structure there, kind of that shelf cloud trying to move on in through here and just kind of moseying on here south and west of town. Take another look here at that. We're starting to get to that point. It's been, and there, yep, just right on cue. I was about to say, we're getting to that point where our warnings are kind of starting to fade off, and we're starting to just see strong storms, but we've had a pattern where we just kind of get lured into a false sense of security where it's like, okay, maybe we're just dealing with some lower end stuff here now. Maybe it's just strong storms, nothing severe. And then it feels like 30 minutes after that happens, we usually start to get several more to pop up. So these storms just kind of have their own kind of self-feedback. They have a way of just generating their own energy again there to fire back up, even when it looks like things are calming down. So the most imminent threat for severe weather is now up here to our northwest, as these are the only storms with warnings on them still. And a handful of slow movers again. Put the hour loop on there. Yeah, there's definitely some flood potential up there in that part of the state here right now, just north of Cass County and Menard. But a little bit of a surprise cell just popping up there between Chandlerville and Virginia. Let me even put that on a 15-minute loop here. I think that's really just freshly made here. We'll look at that and have it pop up there. That's a pretty short loop. That doesn't really show us a lot. Let's do 30 minutes there. And play it. Yep, I mean, just within the last 30 minutes, 0 to boom, 100 right there in an instant. So Chandlerville, Palmerton, Panther Creek, Sangamon Valley area there, you are getting some noise. That one little bitty storm there, that is just there into Cass County. Jason says wind in Tuscola just picked up big time there. Yeah, as some of these storms approach, we'll definitely see winds increase. Let's take a look at the wind gusts here across the state. Just kind of see where that boundary is. Yeah, you see winds really picking up in kind of all sorts of different directions. Davenport up there at 56 miles an hour. So winds certainly looking like they are picking up here. 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts on the board here at the moment, and lots of directional change there as each storm kind of producing its own little wind field there. Again, biggest noise being heard northwest of the area there. Again, Macomb area. We've had that storm on you for quite some time now. Getting some of that rain and even that hail there. Got someone asking here, back to Holly again, is it going to be worse than last night? I don't want to say it's going to be worse than last night. I think it could be comparable. Again, you look up here to the north, that's a whole line of severe thunderstorms. So you're looking at strong gusts, 60 to 70 miles an hour, and obviously we've seen some pretty good hail here today. So maybe seeing, comparable gusts, if not maybe a little stronger as we move on into the night. One thing I will say for sure is that this will be a little bit more widespread than what it was last night. It kind of kept concentrated up there into the northeast part of the area, kind of stayed kind of in and around I-72 and northeast of there. But tonight kind of looks like a across the entire area type of event, as we're going to kind of see a structure like this one up to the north just kind of span much of the area there and push on through, and there's going to be some good rain behind this one as well. So we'll watch for a flood risk here tonight as that line starts to move on through. But here at the moment, we don't have any severe warnings in the area. We have a few knocking on the door, and of course we have our fair share of strong storms. But you notice from earlier, this storm complex had so much pink in it earlier. Kind of talked about the, I can't remember what town it was, but they found themselves here in that center, just that clearing there where they just had hail all around them there. That has since been reduced a little bit. We're looking at Springfield again as that storm is now knocking on the doorstep to the south of Springfield there. Yep, and you can kind of see that cloud structure moving off to the west. We'll position ourselves to look directly off to the west there. And watch as this one rolls on through. Nice little look at the clouds there. Got a new notification here, a flood advisory for Montgomery and Fayette County, where we have seen quite a bit of training rain down that direction. We've seen that in several places here today. So down there, Montgomery, Fayette, watching that area there for rain to just kind of pile up. Not a flash flood warning yet, just that flood advisory. So keeping tabs on things down there. I'm going to keep the camera on the Springfield there for just a little bit and kind of watch radar here on my other computer, so that way we can kind of look at multiple things at once and dissect what's going on. But yeah, that rained in Fayette County. I've got it here on my other computer. That rain's not moving very quickly, so definitely seeing why they dropped that advisory down that direction. And looking like they could be dealing with some heavy rain here for a little bit. This is a nice little view of our storm now moving on the south end of Springfield, actually looking like it may not completely reach the main part of downtown here. But certainly going to be a bit of a view here for just a little bit. I've actually got another little tiny storm here north of Sherman. I'm going to reroute my devices here and show you guys what is going on my other computer here. So we'll do that, and we'll flip things over there. So as a look, there's that storm in Sherman there at the moment. So Springfield kind of sandwiched between two different storms there at the moment. Plenty of more noise. Chatham still seeing that rain and more rain behind it. Is just it's getting a little crazy down there in southern Sangamon County with how much they've seen here. And just watching that big old bow of storms up there to the north as it kind of moves down this direction. We'll flip things back over there and watch Springfield for a little bit. Watches that storm kind of keeps going out there to the south and west. We'll actually need to move this around just a little bit to see things a little better there on the southern end. You guys see the nice motion of the clouds there. This is a good view. I've seen some of those clouds, and you can see the direction that the storm is moving in there. It's kind of neat to see here. Some nice lightning there in the background as well. Always good to capture that there on the live cams. Got a question about Vermilion County. Nothing out there yet. Don't anticipate a whole lot going on here for the next couple hours as far as Champaign and Vermilion counties go. The storms have just been popping up here west of I-57, and they haven't really been able to cross the interstate there. Either they kind of lose their luster, or they just aren't even forming close enough there to make it that far. We'll flip to radar and just kind of illustrate that. Maybe starting to see actually our most eastern storm kind of pushing through here. This one looks like it just popped up here recently, north of Beemont, south of Monticello there, looking like it's going to maybe be close to going to the airport there. Here in Champaign County, Willard there. But as far as the eastward extent, it's just it's not very expansive out to the east here so far. This afternoon chance never really was much of a threat out to the east. But yeah, here in the next couple hours, I'm not anticipating too much going on there as far as anything in Champaign, Vermilion, Douglas counties, Edgar counties as well. Nothing too eventful going on other than maybe just a rogue thunderstorm like that one we're seeing here at the moment. Got someone asking about Kankakee as well. So that's a little bit of a different story moving up there to the north, because they kind of got that line knocking on the door up that direction. We'll move things up there that direction. So let's look up there. It's a little bit out of the area, but it's worth knowing what's coming up that way. Yeah, Kankakee. This is a weird one. Kind of moving west to east. So even though it looks like it kind of looks like it's heading towards you, it's not. It's kind of again west to east. It's just kind of staying off to your north. Just keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on radar there, and watch things up there to the north. But that line has no north-south movement to it here at the moment. It doesn't look like, but you're probably getting yourself a nice little show of some lightning there in the distance. So we'll flip back to Springfield here. Watch as that storm kind of starts to move on in now, kind of getting east of town. I'm curious to see. I'm kind of curious to see what might be going on the either the Effingham camera or the Champaign camera. So why not both here? Let's get a look at both of those and see what's going on. We'll toss back on our radar image there for just a sec while we're getting those pulled up. But yeah, that set of storms as it approached Effingham, not really quite as held together as it once was. But Lauren in Altamont says windy and some thunder down that direction. Definitely still feeling a bit of a stronger storm there, even if it's not quite as big of one as what we saw earlier. So let's go to Effingham first. We'll look off to our west and see if we can see anything unique coming down that direction. We'll flip it over here. Can I see that orange there in the background? The kind of the sunshine trying to peek through some of those clouds, but you can see rain blocking a lot of our view here. And I want to say I might be looking south here on this camera. It's, I'm from Effingham County. I should know this stuff, but I just, with all the trees blocking the buildings here, kind of having a hard time figuring out where exactly I'm looking here. Give it down just a little. Okay, so we're looking at the west side of stuff there. So yeah, this should be the direction we need to be looking here, out here to the west. So yeah, kind of just seeing that general rain in the distance, looking out there towards the interstates where 57 and 70 meet out this direction. With that in mind, we will transition to our Memorial Stadium cam here in Champaign, as we've got just a small looking storm here off to our west. I'm not expecting to see a huge kind of storm structure with this one, but just kind of curious to see what's going on here in town, because this is the easternmost storm that we've seen here so far today. So let's angle it a little more, look to our southwest, see what we're seeing outside our door here in Champaign-Urbana area. And yeah, you can kind of see a little bit of some structure out there towards the southwest, and there's your storm there approaching this direction. So some pretty decent build up there to it. Some nice looking convection there with some of those storms. So we'll watch that as it kind of moves in from the south. Looking like a small scale storm there here in Champaign County, but really not seeing anything. We'll move it back over here real quick. Not seeing anything quite like we did earlier with these storms. The hail cores are a lot smaller. They're still pretty scattered storms in general. You see still lots of reds and oranges. That's kind of where things are at. We now have one storm that just barely touching here the viewing area for severe thunderstorm warning status. This one going to catch Beardstown there. In fact, may already be feeling a little bit from that little storm out in front. So looking at this one, looks like we're going to get probably quarter-size hail with this one. Actually seeing ping pong ball sized here. So the signature is looking a little more red than they are pink there, but enough to know that there is still some ping pong ball sized hail. So northwest Cass County, get ready here for severe thunderstorm as it moves up this direction. This one is in effect until 8:15. This one a bit of a slower mover there as well. As have a lot of these, just moving east at 30 miles an hour. So let's do what we've done here with a lot of our storms. Let's see who is expecting this and when they're expecting it here over the next 40 minutes or so. So Bainbridge, about 10 minutes there. Beardstown, you're looking around 7:45, so about 15 minutes. Frederick, 10 till 8 o'clock there. And finally starting to cross back over there, kind of north of the area by the time we get to the 8 o'clock time frame. So there's our only active storm. Only active severe storm, I should say. There's plenty of activity out there. That's 100% the case. Also watching just one little storm, one little guy out here in eastern Piatt County. I think it's noise in Beemont, now in Ivesdale. I kind of dragged this one here, kind of see. Yeah, that one's not going to hit town here. That one's looking like it's more going to be a Pasodum kind of thing, maybe just northern Douglas County there as well. But again, nothing worrisome about that storm here, at least at the moment. We'll watch and see if it changes into anything different, but yeah, just a small Oakland storm there. We will look here at our sky cam, see if we can find anything new on there. Just gonna get a wide shot of the area. We'll flip things back over to Effingham here. Let's see what it's looking like out there to the west. So I've got someone here. Let me read my comments here. Got someone asking about Sheffield, saying the weather station up there is not working. Let's get that looked at here in just a moment. So a bit out of our domain here, but if we've got a viewer that is wondering about some storms there, definitely don't want to leave them in the dark about that. So we're gonna switch over to my other computer here, and we will take a quick look in the northwest part of the state. Out here, try to, I know it's up here somewhere around the, it's just east of Davenport here. So kind of in this general area, it's just looking like, again, just kind of uniform storms there, some strong winds in that general direction. Hail could be a pretty good size there, but it does not look like at the moment that there is any other warnings other than a severe thunderstorm warning in there. I'll pop a tag on there and see what's going on in there. 6 mile an hour winds, quarter size hail. Doesn't look like any kind of indications of any kind of potential tornadic activity, although I will admit it does look like there's some pretty strong winds up that direction. So, yep, that's kind of what's going on out there. Yep, we've got from Oklahoma. Oh, yep, and got air from work. So yeah, anything to if you guys have any kind of questions about something somewhere here in the area, we will we'll definitely look around, especially if there's no storms here immediately in the area there. If you've got friends and family anywhere here within the area, we'll of course look and help you out there. Of course, we're trying our best to cover most of the area here with our coverage, but some of these individual little storms, you know, Hard to keep track of each and every one of them here. But there's a lot of these little storms out here to the west right now. Orangeville, just off to the west. Litterbury, being a little south of it there. Our lone severe thunderstorm warning still looking like it'll be on approach to Beardstown and Frederick here in just a little while. So watching things up that direction, as well as across much of the rest of the area here. But this stuff down in the southwest, it's giving me a little bit of a deja vu. I've seen this story several times now in the last 24 hours, where it just looks like these storms are kind of just sitting around, weakening, dying off. But we'll have to watch, because several times that's happened, and then boom, back to severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the area. So we'll keep tabs here on this, especially out here in western Sangamon County. I mean, goodness sake, it's still, you're still getting hit with all these storms. It's like a magnet out there. It really is. It's been a magnet the last couple of hours here. Let's say the last couple of hours. It's been a magnet pretty much all day, that part of the area. We'll put a little loop on this. And I see Chatham catching storm after storm. I mean, they just can't catch a break. They really can't. 1, 2, 3. It's pretty wild. That part of Sangamon County is just, there's got to be, like I said, some sort of magnet or something there, just because they've gotten every storm, it feels like, down that direction.
You're right from your switcher, correct? How long have we practiced some stuff with the cameras?
So we'll keep watching in Sangamon County in particular. But right now, things a little more on the mild side. We're keeping up our stream here, though, just because this is going to be an event that'll be going on here for well into the night, and even into Monday morning. We'll see how things shape out over there. So we will keep watching from afar here. Curious as to what the little Champagne storm is doing here. We'll look outside. Starting to move a little more to the south there. We'll look past State Farm Center. You can kind of see that structure there. Still well south of town here. Not looking like it's going to do anything. Not looking like it's going to do anything too major there. And that's where we sit with that. Yeah, this is just kind of one of those lull periods where it just feels like there's not a whole lot going on here, and there's not a whole lot to track other than just a few individualized strong storms. But these are storms that are all capable of producing some stuff. Hail been a big factor today, and just based on the look of some of these storms, they are capable of jumping up into severe status again at some point, but not looking like here at the moment anything too wild is going on. But it's not necessarily how strong the storms are here at this point. It's kind of where they are. Sangamon County has just been repeatedly drilled here by these storms. Same with parts of Montgomery and Christian. Just kind of been the same general areas there for some of those storms as well. So watching as things certainly a little quieter now than what they were earlier, but again, don't want to let our guard down. Another round of storms possible tonight. And we'll look at that here in just a moment. Get a couple things looked at here on the phone. Keep an eye on any kind of messages coming in here. But our furthest eastern storm there now in southwestern Champaign County. That's the furthest that we have. That's the furthest that we've seen a storm get there, right along I-57. Still quite a bit of rain in Fayette. They did have that flood advisory there. It's still going on. But yeah, just looking like some moderate rain there with that. It's kind of stalling a little bit, so maybe not anything intense. But if it's there just in the same area, it is kind of making its presence felt. They're just kind of piling some stuff up. It's a little bit of a wider shot here. Again, things just kind of slowing down. Kind of in that in-between period. We're watching these pop-up storms out to the west, which certainly could turn into something here at some point, but looking pretty small here at the moment. Maybe just some localized hail in a few places out there to the west. But it's this big line up here that we're watching for. It's this big line that we are going to watch as it slowly starts to dive downstate here and put that in motion. It just doesn't have a whole lot of speed going down to the south. It does have obviously some southward motion to it, but it's going to take a while. It's going to take a little while for it to get here, and that's why we're talking about more into the overnight periods here tonight. So we'll freeze that with the current radar. And see the general outlook here of the situation. We'll pop back on our Springfield camera here. Looks like there might be some more action out there to the west. Toss Springfield on the air there. Yep, camera definitely shaking around there. Let's move this, look a little more to the west where that storm's moving on in. Again, this one looks like it could reach severe status again at some points. Man, really got an eerie looking sky here in Springfield, just because it's got a weird lighting to it there, just almost like white up there in the clouds, even though there's no break in them there. So it's kind of an interesting sight here. You can see in the distance, I mean, visibility a little bit limited there. Probably a pretty good amount of rain approaching there from the western horizon in Springfield. We'll zoom on in here, and usual suspects. New Berlin, feeling some of that heavy rain. Gardner, they're in the path of that sometime soon. Farmingdale as well. You're right outside that core there, so keep in mind, not a severe storm yet. Kind of watching it here to see how this one plays out, but definitely looking like the most interesting storm still out there here at the moment. Definitely spans a pretty good amount of real estate as well. So that one could be the one to watch. Can't discount any of these smaller ones here on the back that just kind of just freshly formed here within the last 30 minutes or so. Still watching our storm out there at Beardstown, just about to knock on the door there. So Beardstown, get ready, buckle up there. Some heavy rain and some hail much further down the line there. That might stay north of you though. Again, that's just kind of barely clipping the area. We'll move around here. There's our Champaign storm as well, which is kind of expanding a little bit, kind of moving up to the north. So maybe the Savoy area. We'll start to see a little bit of thunderstorm activity here in just a moment. I'm gonna see here if I can pull up that camera real quick, just to see what there is to see here in Champaign, which hasn't seen a whole lot today. But our main attention is going to be over there in the Springfield area, just because another storm rolling in that direction. But let's toss on the Memorial Stadium cam here real briefly. Open that up. And yeah, you can see that storm on approach. Maybe we'll get a little bit of rain here on the south part of town. Maybe Willard there. We'll get a couple of drops there in the rain gauge. It's the view here right now. Not seeing a ton of lightning there at the moment. We might need to look a little more to our right. See things from the west a little better. If we can here, we'll move around. Yeah, just seeing some blue skies there. So that storm is approaching, but not much of a storm, just a little tiny cluster there. So we will switch gears and go to Springfield and see what's going on in the capital there. Oh yeah, we got ourselves a nice little looking storm. We'll move the camera here a little bit to the left and watch and see how that plays out. Some nice lightning there on screen. Again, if any storm's going to go severe, it might be this one here just a little bit, but nothing on that here just yet. So that is what it looks like here right now in Springfield. Kind of starting to get a little bit dark looking there, obviously. Approaching the 8 o'clock hour, so some of that's just kind of losing our sun angle here, but also just those storm clouds blocking out the sky, making it look a little darker than what it actually is here this time of the night. And we are watching on the camera there, and we're going to also keep an eye here on our other computer at radar. Farmingdale, again, right outside your yard. Gardner, Pleasant Plains, Salisbury. I believe this one has some northeast movement to it, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that one's got some northeast movement to it. So looking like Springfield's definitely going to catch a bit of this. Maybe not the big part of the storm up there to the northwest, like a place like Farmingdale might see here in just a little bit. But Springfield looking to get some pretty heavy rain here for just a little bit, and it'll be neat to watch roll in there on the Skycam. So we'll go back and forth between those. Still, as you can see, no active warnings that really cover more than just a corner of the area. We have that one in Cass County still, but even when that one gets through, it looks like that one's really just going to kind of dive north of the area. But Beardstown, you're ready there as that storm knocks its way through. And now we've got that storm really approaching in here in the Springfield camera. So let's just watch that here for a little bit. Watch as that storm rolls on through. Getting a nice heavy rain out that direction. Some hail out to the west. But still staying sub-severe here right now. Take a quick drink here. Just take a quick little break here. But the hot spot today, without a doubt, been Sangamon County, not necessarily Springfield. Springfield's actually kind of dodged quite a bit of it here. But you'll get, oh, that was a nice little bolt there on the left side of the screen. That was a nice looking cloud to ground lightning there. That was neat to see. So we'll watch as this storm moves on through. Got some nice electricity to it. We'll see how this evolves and moves through town there, kind of looking off to the southwest. Just kind of looking at things here in the National Weather Service chat. They've got some activity going on in the northwest part of the area, kind of the Peoria land area there. That's where a bulk of the activity is going down here right now. Bulk of the severe activity. As that line of storms that we talked about up there to the north, that is, it's getting somewhere. It's getting closer. Again, not going to probably be till nighttime tonight before we start to see that enter from the northwest. But as that pushes on through, we're going to see a little bit more growth behind it, and maybe a pretty big system here. Moving into the overnight hours here as we just put a bow on a pretty stormy weekend here, and might not even be done. We talked about those chances that exist even on into Monday as well, even though seeing a little less on models there as far as that goes. But here comes your storm, Springfield, getting a little bit windier there. Notice the camera shaking around a little more. And just off to the west, again, Farmingdale area, just kind of down the road there on 125. Looks like that's where the bulk of the storm's passing over here right now. Activity kind of calmed down a little bit there on the camera, and then I say that, and we get a big old lightning that lights up the sky there. So we will let's just review a few things here at this point in the night with our severe weather risk. So recapping a few things: severe thunderstorm watch. 9 p.m. there for those counties outlined in pink. And that part up there to the north, going to have to deal with that line kind of approaching on in. That's why you got kind of that C shape. If you notice here, we're going to flip the radar here real quick and go right back to your watch. You see the shape that these storms are forming here right now. Let's get that Lincoln radar back. You can kind of see that exact same shape that you see with the watch box there, kind of just that C tilt at an angle there a little bit. You kind of keep that image in your mind there, and then look at this one there. Pretty much the same picture there. So that's kind of where you're seeing your strongest storms, your highest potential there for some severe weather. But other than that one in Cass County, there's no active warnings here at the moment, even if you are feeling a bit of a stronger storm in the area. And we'll look ahead here into tonight, get a little bit of a look into what we're seeing here. Again, a lot of it's been out here to the west, a little less impact there with eastward extent. Slight risk through the night tonight to about 7 to 8 a.m. there. And as far as impacts go, still looking at hail, strong winds. That looks to be the big driver here with these. And tornadoes, not completely out of the equation, but based on the fact that I haven't seen anything up there with that line right now, just kind of reinforces the fact that we overall think that that's going to be a little bit of a lower end potential. But the flood risk has definitely jumped up here, especially with this system kind of lined itself east to west. We saw earlier that that line in the south of the Chicagoland area, it's just kind of sitting there. It's not going anywhere, and it's really longer than it is tall. If you get rain, just kind of dump it on the same spot. Obviously, that's how you pile up the water pretty quickly. And that is how you get some of that flash flooding potential there. So we've got our hazards in mind there. We'll take a look here at Future Track, just to kind of take us through the night. So it's doing a pretty solid job there of depicting what things look like here at the moment with the resolution it runs on there. There's that line of storms up there to the north. You can kind of see it'll take its time to try to get down here to the area. And now that we're ahead in time enough there, let's zoom in here just a little bit, get a closer look here into the area. So here we are. There's our storms right now. That line kind of knocking on the door here at some point, and then things really starting to congeal and grow into that line. And a lot of us, I mean, look at the time here. I mean, Champaign maybe getting something here in the evening, but bulk of the action is several hours away. I mean, still sunrise tomorrow when we're going to see that line push on through with the stronger winds there. A pretty hefty looking line as it pushes on through. Lots of heavy rain possible there with that. So that's looking to tonight. And while we're at it here, keep an eye on our radar over here. And actually, I'm gonna flip back over to Springfield here real quick, because it looks like things have picked up there just a little bit. That storm. Again, everything's subsevere here at the moment, just kind of on standby in case one of these storms does jump back to severe status, like they've tended to do here a bit the last 24 hours or so. That's what we're seeing in Springfield. We'll scroll back over to our radar here. And you can see western Sangamon County, pretty uniform rain there. Again, that storm kind of lost its intensity. Still plenty of heavy rain in there, but not seeing the pink in there anymore. So kind of fading off there. That storm is, but still plenty of heavy rain coming on in there with that one. Of course, plenty of small cells out here as well. Just kind of watching how those develop. They kind of just look to be little popcorn storms there. Not a huge concern here at the moment. A place like Menard County starting to feel some of that stronger storm effect there. Petersburg, Greenview, Culver, up that direction, starting to feel some of the storms. Down here, Fayette, Effingham counties. Let me see if I can grab the Evansville radar there. That one might get us a better look. Maybe not. But you can still see just some of that lighter rain down there. We're kind of aimed pretty high up there based on the fact that we are looking at the Lincoln radar there. So generally just some showers out that direction. Looks like here at the moment. But the big story, watch it up to the north. This line soon to arrive to the area. But those of you up north, Livingston County, Ford, Iroquois, you really don't have a lot to worry about here at the moment, just because there's like there's just nothing that's letting that line creep on down here this direction. So you've kind of got yourself a little bit of time there. We'll watch and see how that starts to drag south here eventually, but for now, it's pretty well stuck in its tracks there up to the north. But you are in that severe thunderstorm watch here tonight for potential development there. Some of those storms later on into the evening here tonight and well into the nighttime hours here. But yeah, certainly you can tell just based on the rate that we've been saying things here that we've kind of slowed down here with our storm chances. So we've gotten closer to the nighttime here. Things just not quite looking quite as strong. Kind of starting to lose their shape, lose their structure, and I haven't really seen much hail out here with these storms. We'll keep watching here for a little while. About to cross the 8 o'clock hour here, so we are getting to be about 5 hours here into our coverage, which started with a couple of tornado-warned storms in and around Sangamon County that have since obviously dissipated and maybe produced a couple more storms behind them, but aside from that, here in the last 30 minutes, there's just been a little bit of a lack of storm activity here, which isn't a bad thing at all. Definitely could use the time to just sit back, relax for a little bit, and maybe get some final things taken care of there before tonight's line of storms move on in there. Maybe you want to get a few things inside that you don't want blowing around out there, or moving the cars into the garage there with that hail threat there. Definitely something to keep in mind. But here at the moment, things staying pretty quiet. We'll watch here for a little while and see how this plays out. But about at the 8 o'clock hour, and we've got the 9 o'clock show on WCX 49 coming up here eventually. Even though that's a good hour away from now, if there's not too much to keep track of here in the next 10 or 15 minutes, we might just take a break from things here because we've kind of been been going at it for a while, and if there's not too much activity to track, definitely don't want to make a big deal here out of some of these stronger storms, which are making their impact felt here a little bit, but nothing too crazy, nothing that's going to really make too much of an impact here. These sub-severe storms, maybe still seeing some hail drop on in, but we've seen a lot worse here today, and this caliber stuff is maybe going to blow around things just a little bit, and perhaps even drop some hailstones in a few spots, just little tiny pebbles almost, but not looking like anything damaging is going to come out of these storms here as we continue to head into the evening hours. Of course, we've been at this here for a while as well, both today and last night. It's been a long 24 hours for all of us here, just watching these storm chances. And next up is that line up there to the northwest, and it's again kind of adding to the minimal activity here. Just the fact that we can see this line, but it's not getting anywhere. It's just not getting closer here. So that northwestern part does have a little bit of southeast movement to it, but we're not seeing a whole lot imminently threatening the area here at the moment. That severe storm in I believe it's Cass County up there, that's been warned for a while, and it looks like it's kind of weakened off here just a little bit. So even that one severe thunderstorm warning here in the area, looking like it's kind of seeing its better days already. But obviously at severe thunderstorm status, you're still getting some pretty strong winds and some decent hail in there. You can still see a little bit of pink, so maybe still quarter-size hail in there. It had a golf ball tag on it earlier there, golf ball size hail, but it looks like, back down to quarter-size since then. So it's crawling along at 30 miles an hour without being in too much of a hurry there to get anywhere. Just kind of keeping an eye here in this general direction where the storms have been, just kind of see where, again, our flood zones have kind of been, and you just concentrate right here on middle of Sangamon County. you haven't had rain, you know, one on top of the other on top of the other, but you've had some storms from multiple directions here. One from the one looks like came from the west there, one from the north, and then one again from the southwest. So you've kind of just keeping your eyes focused there on Chatham. That's the place I've said a million times here tonight, but it's because there's a magnet right now, just catching all those storms. So definitely seeing some rain piling up here that direction. I do want to we'll look at that here real quick. We'll turn off our radar and we'll look at the radar indicated rainfall totals here, just to kind of see an estimate of what we've seen here today. We'll put on the 12-hour map. And yeah, I mean, exactly what we were saying, this little bullseye here. I mean, everywhere else, uniform in nature, maybe a little bit of some compiling of rain there in Fayette County and Christian County as well, but right here is your bullseye. Just a little bit southeast there of Chatham down I-55, just right around Pawnee. Let's, again, this is radar indicated totals here, sometimes a little skewed based on the fact that it might take the reflectivities there of hail and kind of detect them as rain. But we're just going to drop a pin in here, and it might be a pretty crazy number here, but let's just see what it says. I'll drop that in here so you guys can see it. Yeah, 8.2. You know, maybe. I don't know. I can't tell for sure if that's the if that's legitimate or not, but I can believe that there's been plenty of rain out that direction and that there's still probably plenty of water there on the ground or kind of out in the roads there. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. We'll drop one there, kind of the red region. Yeah, that one's pretty believable there, 3 to 5 inches in that range. So that's kind of what we're seeing there. Maybe that purple, just a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but maybe not by much. I mean, upwards of 3 to 4 inches. I can certainly see that. These storms have had that kind of rate to them. And if one's just kind of moving and replacing the next, it doesn't take a whole lot there to really make for some easily flooding conditions there. And that's kind of exactly where this the peak of this storm's at here right now, just in that same little bullseye area near Pawnee. So yeah, tough go of things down here this direction, between the hail, between the heavy rain as well. But just a few showers in the Effingham area and moving out there from Fayette. No more severe thunderstorm warnings in the area. We've got some strong storms, of course, with some gusty winds, maybe some smaller hail in there as well, but nothing severe at the moment. And again, I hesitate to do anything other than just kind of sit here and watch things for a little bit, just because some of these do look like they have a little bit of life still left to them, but not quite the situation we saw earlier with kind of that complex of storms in Montgomery, Christian, Shelby County area. Those have since kind of fallen apart, and since then it's kind of left the area a bit quiet here, which we will we'll take that for sure. We will enjoy the relative peace and quiet. Of course, still some activity down and along I-55, but a lot of us not seeing a whole lot going on here right now, other than maybe just a little bit of a breeze. Still some sticky conditions as well. Temperatures still not well, they're warm. I shouldn't say that the temperatures are uncomfortable, but the dew points, that's kind of been a bit of a surprise here. I'm going to pull those up here real quick just to see what those still look like. Yeah, I mean, it's humid. I mean, you got those mid-60s dew points up close to 70s there in a few places. So if you walked outside today, a lot of us were in the 70s here today. Had a potential there to get really warm here today. That did not play out the way we thought it might there, with just kind of keeping things a little bit cooler here today. But again, kind of a messy setup here with this, with everything. But you can, yeah, you know, if you walked outside today, it was hot. It felt sticky there. It's because of those dew points. Plenty of moisture here sitting around, and well, our atmosphere's taking advantage of some of that there, dropping in some of these storms and dispersing that water here on the ground. In some places more than others, but one thing of note here, the portion of the line of storms up here north of the area, north of Kankakee, as one viewer was asking there earlier, that no longer has severe warnings all around it. So still certainly a flood risk there with that, but no longer seeing those severe warning tags on them. The Springfield cam is going crazy here at the moment. I'm gonna put it up there and kind of look around. We've got some major lightning there. So let's watch here for a little bit and see. Yep, got some nice electricity there. Still looking off to the west. As things picking up there in town, You can see plenty of lightning. The winds moving the camera around. This is a pretty easy camera to move there. Doesn't take a lot of wind to move it, but just kind of the nature and how quickly it's moving around there kind of tells you that things are getting pretty gusty there at the moment. Don't have any sound attached to these cameras, but if we did, we'd be hearing lots of steady rumbles as well. It's kind of a neat look here, though, as sunset has come to pass, and we are entering the nighttime hours here, and see just a little bit of glimpse of daylight there in the distance underneath all those clouds. So that is what we see here right now in Springfield. I'm gonna, let's look a little bit to the west, or excuse me, to the south. We are looking west here. Let's look a little bit more south because there's a little bit of some stronger reflectivity, some higher reflectivity, I should say, out to the south. I don't know if I'm fighting a wind here or what, because I not letting my camera move very quick. There we go. Maybe I was just holding it wrong. That would have been a first there, battling wind to move the camera there. That would have been something unique. But yeah, you can see here to the south, kind of that almost kind of creepy looking blue, almost that kind of deep blue color there in the sky. With the storms approaching there on the south end of town. Get some nice lightning there. As that part of the storm looking to stay south of town, but certainly lighting up the sky and yeah, illuminating our tower here just a little bit. So keeping track of things on radar over here on computer number 1. Aside from just a little bit of a light show, we've kind of hit a little bit of a lull here in our storms. Pretty soon here, if we stay a little bit on the quieter side of things, thinking around maybe 8:20 here, between the span of 8:20 and 8:30, we might be looking to just kind of close things out here for just a little bit, kind of take a small little break from the action, and gear up for our 9 o'clock show on Channel 49 and our 10 o'clock show on Channel 3. Both of which you can, of course, tune into and see what we're expecting here tonight. I've kind of sprinkled that in here and there throughout the stream. But as new model data comes in, we'll have a little bit of a better idea of what is to come. But you know the general pattern based on what we've said here so far, that it's going to be that big old line, kind of moving on through, kind of building up a little bit there, maybe some pretty good rain behind it. But in general, the strong gusts and the hail are what to watch for. Not looking at a huge tornado risk by any means there. Just going to kind of take things slowly here, watching our nice little storm pass to the south of Springfield. Some nice springtime storms there without having to worry about anything too impactful. I'll just kind of be able to enjoy some nice relaxing rain and hear the crackle of that thunder there. Just peeking in here at our radar while we continue to watch Springfield. A little bit of a higher reflectivity, kind of starting to enter western Christian County. It's kind of what I believe we're looking at here from Springfield. Again, nothing looking like it's out of control here at the moment. But enough to kind of just keep me sticking around here. There's enough on there to warrant just kind of watching it and seeing if that does turn severe here sometime soon. We'll go back, we'll look at radar here. Looking right around this direction. Eastern Sangamon County, Western Christian County. Like we said, Pawnee, where they've gotten all kinds of rain. Chatham there, where they've gotten all kinds of hail. Just watching that general area. That storm looks like it's got pretty decent hail there into it, maybe approaching quarter size, but not seeing anything that the Weather Service has given the green light to as far as severe storm warnings. That is all up to the northwest. Keeping an eye here on maybe a couple storms, trying to dive southeast a little bit. It's a pretty decent looking one up here this direction as well. So we're watching up there to the west, the northwest. As that's really going to be the next round here. Kind of an intermission, so to speak. Like we mentioned earlier, our severe thunderstorm watches are there in effect until 9 p.m., so we're just about an hour away from that. So as you get closer to the end of that watch, you can expect things to kind of taper off a little bit. And again, a lot of our storm activity is just off to our northwest, so out of our area here at the moment. Just kind of scrolling through the National Weather Service chat here, just some stuff going out there in the northwest, talking about just any kind of reports coming in there. We'll take a look at anything new coming in there. Again, things really slowing down here. We'll probably wrap things up here in just a little bit. I mean, obviously there's stuff knocking here on the door, but with nothing going on here at this exact moment, and with our shows coming up here soon, that'll probably be a thing here where we just kind of flip the switch off here for just a little bit, kind of take a little bit of a break. It's been a long time watching this stuff here today, and I'm sure we all just want to relax from it here for a little bit. But till then, just going to kind of watch that Sangamon County stuff. Nothing too wild out of the ordinary here. Yeah, our severe thunderstorm watches in effect. I'll bring up a point about that here real quick. I'll get that box up. I'll bring myself on screen here. So this is what we're seeing. Here's our severe thunderstorm watches. There is a difference. Oops, forgot I need to route my camera back in there. There is a difference. I can just describe it here to you guys verbally. The set of counties highlighted in pink there from McLean and Livingston onto the right. So McLean, Livingston, Ford, Iroquois, Benton. They're involved in a different severe thunderstorm watch. That one goes until midnight tonight. So those counties up there, we're watching until midnight. The other counties, so from McLean, anywhere underneath McLean there, south of it, you only got that watch there until the next 50 minutes. So seeing those storms die off in the southwest part of the area just kind of gives us an indication that we're probably wrapping up here our best chances for storms. And flipping the page to the northern set of counties up there where that watch is in effect till midnight. But again, lots of activity. Northwest of us, even got a pretty decent looking little cell there on its way to Lewiston. Maybe soon. That one looking like it's actually moving pretty quick here. Let's drop a tag on that. Looks like it could be still just 30 miles an hour there. But a golf ball size hail. You can definitely tell that with the pink on there. And we will move our camera here just a little bit and look and see where this one's heading. At 30 miles an hour, it's not getting anywhere too quickly there. But if we take our little line here, follow it all the way down. Again, still about an hour away from even touching the area here. As you can see some of those towns on its way there, but at that speed, if that's where it stays, again, not till 9 o'clock before that starts to do anything. So nothing too imminent here. Left behind my little line there. We'll get rid of him. We can look back here at Springfield, just see what's going on there in town. See the activity of that storm. Kind of calmed down there since then. Kind of passing on through town there, so a little bit of a lack in activity, a little bit of lightning still, but a nice little light show down that direction. But yeah, we'll watch some of these storms. Watch for about the next 5 or so minutes, and if it's not looking like anything is changing there with those, we'll probably take a little bit of a break here. Get stuff ready for our late shows. Kind of review a few notes here for what we're looking at tonight, and get ready for the second wave here into the overnight hours as You've gotten to know me quite well here over the weekend with these long-lasting severe weather chances. We'll probably be tossing the baton to Mr. Adam Sherwinski at some point here in the night, though, as this kind of segues into our shifts a little bit. So we will watch here for just a little bit, and if nothing changes there, we're probably going to jump off until we get to our shows here tonight. But anybody's got any kind of questions there in the chat, be happy to answer there. Go ahead and say a few things there, because I'm sure some people will be asking about specific locations. I-57 and east right now, there's just nothing going on. Really, just immediately to the west of I-57, there's just not going to be a whole lot of more activity here with this stuff out to the west. Maybe it can kind of move around a little bit, and maybe we can spin up one more severe thunderstorm. But looking less likely here by the minute, just based on the fact that there's not been a lot of intensification of these storms there in the west. Much different story in the northwest. That line going to eventually make its way this direction. But again, that's not for the next several hours until we get to the overnight time frame. As far as time frame with this, I'm thinking anywhere between about we'll call it maybe here the next couple hours or so. So maybe dropping it there around the 11 o'clock time frame, all the way to about 8 in the morning. That's how long it's going to take that line to move on in. So I'm going to become pretty familiar with that line up there, and it's pretty uniform. You see those warnings lining all the way up and down. So we will continue to track what that does. But overall, not too much going on here. So again, another couple minutes. I'll watch that stuff in Springfield. I'm going to zoom in here just a little bit, kind of check on the lightning there. Kind of gives a good indication of how strong these are. And again, that's a decent amount, but yeah, nothing crazy there. Nothing like we saw last night. So we'll probably wrap up here in about a minute or two. Take a little bit of a break, regroup. Grab a snack and whatnot, and get ready here for the next round of storms later tonight. So just a few finishing notes. Just watching these storms out here to the west. If anything's going to happen here once we jump off, it'll be something out here. But what you're feeling right now is probably close to all the stronger it'll get. Maybe it jumps up just a little bit there, but hail's staying under a quarter size. Winds, nothing too crazy going on there. Don't see anything on velocity imagery here that would suggest that anything's getting too wild out that direction. A lot of the activity is happening northwest of the area, and that'll eventually make its way this direction. But for now, not seeing that happen here just yet. And that one storm that looks like it's heading this way, we timed it out there, still an hour away from getting here, so no immediate threat. We'll watch and see if there's any more kind of pop-up storms. We've kind of seen that here in this part of the area. Just put on the hour loop there. You can see just a few storms trying to form there at bits in the night. But overall, just seeing an overall just weakening trend there with things. And nothing too concerning to make us want to feel like we need to stay on here too much longer. New warning up there, expanding that around the Macomb area. But kind of give one last glimpse here. Reporting winds 70 miles an hour north of Macomb, according to one of the looks like one of the emergency managers. And we'll look at Springfield one last time here on the cameras, just see what's going on in there. And then probably close things up for a little bit. Of course, we expect to be back on here later with tonight's round moving in. But for now, just a few stronger storms, sub-severe. Nice lightning, though. west of Springfield. And again, we're lighting up the sky when we see that lightning, but I guess I didn't have the camera on there. Let's move there. There we go. Lighting up the sky when we see it, but it's not as frequent as some of the stronger storms there. So with that being said here, probably going to close up shop and get some things ready for the late shows. If we do have another storm pop up here after we hop off, I'll probably just kind of guide you through it on Facebook there. Not necessarily the live stream, but we'll just kind of guide you through it there, as we need to get a few things ready here for the late shows anyway. So with that being said, thanks for sticking with us here. It was a pretty wild afternoon there for a little bit, but since then things kind of quietened down before wave number 2 arrives here tonight. So again, we will probably see you here later. Make sure to tune in to WCIX News at 9 on Channel 49 and WCI3 News at 10 o'clock. And we will we'll continue to guide you through what's to come here tonight. So till then, stay safe, stay weather aware here. Nice lightning there at the end of the night. And have a good night. We'll see you again here soon.